underground has the best video clips around. TV underground has the best video clips in town. TV underground has the best video clips around. TV underground has the best video clips in town. TV underground has the best video clips around. TV underground has the best video clips in town. TV underground has the best video clips around. TV underground has the best video clips in town. TV underground has the best video clips around.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back again. And I'm doing another multi-stream to explore the world of multi-streams. We're doing multi-streams now. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? Tax-free, no tax on tips. Speaking of tips, please help me get a little closer to the goal. It's pinned in the top of the chat, right there. Streamlabs all the way. And we're going to watch Trump talk about the no tax on tips thing. I thought it was just a gimmick. I thought he was going to forget about it. So let's see what he has to say and what his plan is.
He called me sir and got me so fuming angry.
People are discriminating against wolves.
Wow. They're laughing at us, at our stupidity.
And you better well learn to love it.
All right, here it is. Trump discusses no tax on tips in Las Vegas.
Just stepping up to the stage there in Las Vegas, Nevada, is President Trump. He is there to give his speech on no tax on tips. We've been waiting for his arrival. A couple of folks have also spoke ahead of him taking the stage here. But as you can see, he's there to greet those folks who've come out to hear his address on no tax on tips. This was a big part of this when he was going on the campaign trail, promising
he talked about it during the convention, and then it kind of fizzled out after that.
Policy that he would enact. So did want to go ahead and go to this shot right now. They're playing a bit of music, I believe. Let's listen in.
Oh, God.
Yep, that is his normal intro music there. But as you can see, it's been a very, very busy week for President Trump. Yesterday, he was out there in North Carolina, making sure to visit those folks who had been affected by the hurricanes and still have not recovered at this point. And then after that, he did fly all the way across the country. He headed over to California, where he was able to talk and speak with those officials there in the state in order to talk about the wildfire recovery. We've covered that also extensively here on Live Now. But right now, as you can see there, President Trump is on stage as he is awaiting to talk to folks about the no tax on tips policy. Of course, we do know that there in Nevada, the tip-heavy hospitality industry is about a fifth of the jobs in the state. So there is a lot of folks. Again, we've heard from a few others who spoke there. Michael McDonough, the Republican Party chairman, also spoke a bit earlier at this event. And we also heard from the actor, or I should say, the personality on Pawn Stars.
The actor, actually personality? I don't even know what to call him.
Also there to speak on stage as well. So it looks like he's stepping up to the mic now. Let's listen in.
Hello, Las Vegas. Hello, Las Vegas. Hello, Nevada. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we won. We won. We won.
Yeah, we know.
And it's great to be back in this beautiful city to celebrate the historic first week in the White House. That was definitely historic. And I had a lot of help in winning. Joe Lombardo, your governor, is here.
Got a lot of help.
Joe. Thank you, Joe. You're looking good, Joe. Thank you very much. What a group. Look at who you have next to you. How can you fail with that guy? Also, Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony. Stavros, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Where are you? There you are, Stavros. You're very good. Is he doing a good job, Joe? I think so, huh? He's all right. Huh? Nevada GOP Chair Michael McDonald. He did something which not a lot of people have been able to do. But I think Republicans are going to start winning this state. You know, typically they don't necessarily do so good. We did really well. We won a landslide. That's really
he loves to talk about how well he did. He loves it.
Let's be honest with you. Republican National Committee woman Sigal Chattah. Sigal, thank you. Wherever you may be. Hi, Sigal. Thank you very much. Republican National Committeeman Jim DeGraffenreid. That's a hell of a beautiful name, but I know the name so long, it's easy to say. One of the greatest people, I'll tell you, a man who's done so damn well. I don't know what it is with him. He's just a legend. He's one person, you know, we can all sort of be replaced, although we don't like to think that. Maybe it's not true. But this is a guy that can't be replaced. There's nobody like him. Dana White.
All right, we are going
God.
to go ahead and switch to another feed that we have there of this shot.
Well, I'll tell you, a man who's done so
Yeah, we're going to switch to another feed.
I don't know what it is with him. He's just a legend. He's one person, you know, we can all sort of be replaced, although we don't like to think that. Maybe it's not true. But this Harrison, Rick, thank you very much for being here. You're around here someplace with Dana. Mr. Phil Ruffin, his wife Alexandra, and their two beautiful children, Richard and Marlena. Phil, where's Ruffin? Where's Phil Ruffin? He's right here, so he's some legend, I'll tell you. He's a legend in Las Vegas and beyond. Phil, he's here. He'll be coming out. Today we talk about how we're going to end the economic suffering and stagnation and disaster of the past 4 years and create the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. And as I said in my inaugural address, which, by the way, it got the highest rating in the history of Fox. Did you believe that? That's nice. The golden age of America begins right now, but I have to be honest with you, I'm really here for a different reason. I'm here to say thank you. I went to North Carolina yesterday, and then I flew to see just an unbelievable problem and just a mess in Los Angeles, right? And I said, you know what I ought to do? I want to come to a state known as Nevada. Has anyone ever heard of it?
You ever heard of Nevada? Nobody's ever heard of Nevada.
Mispronounce the name. You're not allowed to do that, Joe. You mispronounce the name, you got a problem. You ever see somebody when they say it's Nevada? Nevada?
Nevada, yeah, they don't like that.
They're in deep trouble. I want to come to Nevada to pay my respects because this is the only Republican win of this state in decades, and it was a very big landslide. But I think Republicans are going to win a lot now. But we had a big win, and it was an early win, and that was a bad signal for the Democrats. They heard that we were leading so big here, and Joe helped us so much, and a lot of people in this room helped us a lot. Special group. And so I said, you know what I'll do? We're going to fly around it. And I said, let's fly right over it. Let's land, and I'll do something, and I'll just say it. But I want to say it, and I'm almost saying it right here for the media. I just came here because I wanted to thank the people of Nevada for giving us such a big win.
USA.
A lot of great friends. I better not introduce them all. I'll be here all day. Under our leadership, we're going to defeat inflation, bring down prices. We're going to raise those wages. They're going to go up. They're going to go up. put more money in your pocket, secure our borders, restore law and order to our cities. And
they've been saying this a lot. Where's the law and order? It doesn't seem like there's any. I mean, like things just kind of seem the same.
Make America great again. And for 4 long years, the last administration waged war on the American middle class and everybody else. They had a lot of wars. We had no wars when I left.
We had no wars.
We defeated ISIS, and we stayed out. Nobody wanted to mess with us. They had a lot of wars. We're trying to put them out. We'll get them put out. Don't worry, we'll get them put out. We were headed to World War III. I'm telling you, we would have had.
Okay, what has changed?
Like you wouldn't believe. They shut down American energy, buried you in crippling regulation, imposed hidden taxes, and spent trillions and trillions of dollars on waste, corruption, and radical left lunacy. These were lunatics. The result was the most brutal inflation in a half a century, perhaps ever, in this country. I think ever. And soaring prices for food, groceries, and other household goods. The people of Nevada are now paying nearly $1,200 per month more to make ends meet since I left office. Think of that, $1,200 at least. But since I became the 47th president at noon on Monday, I've been moving with urgency and historic speed to fix every single calamity of the Biden administration that they've created. And this week alone, I took nearly 350 executive actions to reverse.
That's a lot.
The horrible failures and betrayals that we inherited from a group of people that didn't know what the hell they were doing, what they've done to this country, especially the open borders, where they have, think of it, 21 million people came in. Many of them are criminals, murderers. Well, we're getting them out. You see it. You see it yesterday, first day. Our message could not be more clear. America's decline is over.
The way they cheer for this is
we're
just
laughed at
insane.
all over the world. Now we're not laughed at anymore, I'll tell you. What the world witnessed this week is nothing less than a revolution of wealth creation for everyone and also common sense. It's about common sense. It really is. We're the party of common sense. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to, and by the way, Pete Hegseth got approved. And Kristi Noem just got approved, Governor. She's going to keep it. She's tough. She's a tough one. She's a tough one. And she's going to do a great job. On day one, I directed every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and bring down the cost of daily life. We want to bring prices down. Too high. They went way up. They didn't come down. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze. Oh, that's a nice one. And I created the new Department of Government Efficiency, and we're going to have a lot of good people. We're going to
have the best
Musk
people.
Get involved in that a little bit. He already is. People like him. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New scam. Wasn't the environment supposed to eat us up like in 12 years? But that was like 13 years ago. What happened? We're still here. We're still here. Remember, we have 12 years to live. Remember that? Done by.
Yeah, this is just par for the course now. You know, now we had. He's going to be like, oh, they were wrong about climate change. They said we'd be dead by now, but we're not, therefore not real.
By somebody that never even took a course on the environment. AOC plus 3. Do you remember those three? They were telling us about the environment. AOC plus 3. This action alone will save hundreds of billions of dollars of American taxpayers' money. I withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord. And I canceled the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate, keeping my sacred pledge to America's auto workers. Boy, did we get a big vote with the auto workers out there. And the Teamsters, any Teamster in the room? We got a tremendous vote from the Teamsters. Thank you. And they're pointing like one guy on it. But they voted for us in the millions. We have
millions.
We had a lot of Teamsters voting for us.
We had a lot of them.
The World Health Organization, where we paid $500 million a year, and China paid $39 million a year, despite a much larger population. Think of that. China's paying $39 million to have 1.4 billion people. We pay $500 million. We have no.
I mean, people here have a lot more money on average.
Nobody knows what the hell we have. Does anyone know? We have so many people pouring in. We have no idea. We go up, but we're going down a little bit now. You don't mind that, do you? Gonna take some bad ones out. I withdrew 4 years ago, but Biden immediately went back for even more money. I mean, he went back, and they offered me at 39 million. They said, we'll let you back in at 39. So we're going to reduce it from 500 to 39. I turned them down because it became so popular. I didn't know if it would be well received even at 39. But maybe we would consider doing it again. I don't know. Maybe we would. They have to clean it up a little bit. But China pays 39 million for 1.4 billion, and we're paying 500 million for 325 million. I don't know. What the hell is wrong with these people? And then when Biden went back in, they immediately went back in. They paid more than we were paying in the first place. They paid more than the 500 million. So they knew they could have had it for 39. They paid more. You wouldn't do that, Joe, right? Now think of it. They know they have a deal at 39, so they went back in at 525 million. What the hell? Man, oh man. It infuriates you, doesn't it? I declared a national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of the new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we may be a very substantially enlarged country in the not too distant. Isn't it nice to see, for years, for decades, we're the same size to the square foot. Probably got smaller, actually. But we might be an enlarged country pretty soon. And one of the things we're going to be doing is drill, baby, drill. Because that's going to bring everything down. It's going to bring everything down. My administration has also begun the largest deregulation campaign in the history of our country, far exceeding. I had the record for you. We had a great economy, the greatest economy that we've ever had 4 years ago. But this is going to be better. You watch. This will be better even than the first term. And the reason I got elected was because of the first term. Somebody said, what was the reason you got elected? I mean, you won by so much. I said, my first term. That's all I did. I just said, well, take a look at the numbers.
It's just him, jerking himself off.
In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulation costs on the average American. I mean, think of this. The average American was paying much more than $50,000. And, just think of it. Nobody can even believe the numbers. I promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation. So if we put in a regulation, we have to get rid of 10. That's what I did. I did it 1 in 7. We're going to do 1 in 10 this time, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back into your pockets and the pockets of American families. As a result of the reforms, we've just begun to implement economic confidence, and it's soaring. So this week, Oracle, OpenAI, and SoftBank announced Stargate, a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure, which is going to be very big for Nevada, I have to tell you, the largest in history, and which will create an estimated 100,000 American jobs. Saudi Arabia just said that they're going to invest at least $600 billion. This is because of the election, by the way. And I believe they'll make it $1 trillion. I'm going to ask them to make it $1 trillion. What the hell? The money means nothing to them. You know where they made their money? From liquid gold, right? They got a lot of liquid gold. We have more. We have more than Saudi Arabia.
They got a lot.
They've got a lot. We've got more. We got more than anybody. We just don't use it because of the environment. These people are crazy. And many other companies likewise are looking to invest, but I don't have enough time to do that. And We have a lot of news conferences. Everybody wants to have a news conference. You know, they're calling up by the hundreds. We want to have a news conference. We're going to invest $12. I said, no, I don't do that. And I said, it's got to be $1 billion or more for a news conference. It's $1 billion or more. Just 2 days ago, because of our tariff plans, Stellantis announced, that's a very good automobile company, the revival of its Belvedere, Illinois plant, saving 1,500 American auto jobs that were previously headed to Canada, along with major investments to expand American auto production in Detroit, Michigan, Toledo, Ohio.
Oh, damn. That's the hometown.
And Kokomo, Indiana.
Kokomo.
Good place. All of these investments are happening only because of our historic victory. And if we didn't win, it'd be just the opposite. They're pulling out. They were pulling out. They were really pulling out. So they would be withdrawing.
They were
money.
really
Our country
pulling
was
out.
on the verge of some of the very bad things, and bad things were happening. And now there's light, not only over America. I've heard it from even our enemies. They call up and they say, sir, we hate you. We do hate you, but there's light over the world right now. They hate me. Some of them hate me. If they liked me, you got a problem, right? They like Sleepy Joe. What's not to like? You know, they'd call up. It's funny.
They
I
like
was told
Sleepy
today by one
Joe.
of the big
Man,
leaders in the
Biden
world,
is going to be the scapegoat for the next 4 years, even if Biden croaks.
would call for a telephone
Maybe even more so.
call with the President of the United States a year ago. And they'd say, we'd like to speak with, who is this? It's the head of Germany, the head of...
Germany.
Name it, the head of France, the name of any country, it didn't matter. He would never pick up the call. They'd say, he'll call you back in 2 months. 2 months. He has his schedule. He's extremely busy sleeping. No, Macron of France, he'll call you back in 2 months. So 2 months comes along and there's no call. They say, he didn't call. The stories are, I mean, these stories are not very exaggerated. I want to tell you, they're a little bit for laughter, but, you know, it's only for laughter. The fake news will say, oh, he exaggerated. It was only 1 month, you know. But he'll say he'd call you back, and then he'd never call, and then they could never get him on the phone. And the problem I have is that when I speak to and I speak to them immediately, they'll say, could we speak to the president? Would that be possible? We could do it anytime over the next month. They're so used to this, right? I say, no,
They're so used to the
phone. Yeah, hello, how you doing? That's what, you know, get it over with, right? Get it over with. The only problem, they were so starved for love from the United States, I cannot get them off the phone. I can't get people, if you can't, I say, I have to go now, King, or I have to go now, President. But you can't get them off the phone. They're starved for love. You know, for years they haven't spoken.
They're
They didn't even
starved
know we had
for
a president,
love.
if you want to know. But under our leadership, America is back open for business, and it's really a big deal. It's really a big deal. And they have, though. They said, you know, there's like a light all over the world now. It's not just here. We feel a light over our country. Everyone does. But there's a light all over the world. We've accomplished more in 1 week than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years, and we're just getting started. We got rid of the woke. We got rid of the woke crap.
The woke.
What a lot.
He got rid of the woke.
What a lot of stuff. What a lot of crap that was. It was, and you know, these people were petrified of it. I'll tell you, these companies, they run these big companies, they were petrified of it. It was like, you know, I don't think they believed it. I'm sure they didn't believe it. Some I know didn't believe it, but they were so afraid. Near the top of the agenda for our historic Republican majorities in Congress is to pass a massive tax cut for American workers and families. Last year, we campaigned across the country in a pledge that I'm sure most of you didn't hear too much about. Pledge to take the Trump tax cuts and make them permanent, and that's exactly what we're doing. In the coming weeks,
I don't know what he means by making them
I'll be working
permanent.
with Congress to get a bill on my desk that cuts taxes for workers, families, small businesses, and very importantly, keeps my promise for a thing called, and I know you didn't hear anything about this, and I'm sure it had no influence on the state, the fact that we won this crazy massive majority, a state that hadn't been won by a Republican in decades. But I'm sure you haven't heard, but we're going to get it for you. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. So if you're a restaurant worker, a server, a valet, a bellhop, a bartender.
How about a streamer? How about a live streamer? Do we get it?
One of my caddies. I go through caddies like candy. If I play badly, I always blame my caddy. Or any other worker who relies on tipped income, your tips will be 100% yours. Won't that be?
I don't see this happening. I saw a proposal years ago, or actually no, several months ago, that said like you had to be a tipped employee in very specific professions, and you couldn't be like a freelance worker.
Joe, Governor, do you think that had an impact on the election? You do? Like what, a half a point? It's pretty big. You had an impact, let me tell you. Nationwide, over 4.
I'm not gonna like pause it and disagree with, like, vocally disagree with everything he says. There's a lot of it. Also, I'm somewhat distracted because I was trying to look up this proposal.
Million workers depend on tip income, including an estimated 700,000 single moms. And here in Nevada,
finally responding. I'm sorry that you're so stressed out.
I
can't help you.
Think of it. A quarter of the typical restaurant workers' pay comes from tips. I didn't know that much.
No.
That's a lot. You haven't been reporting them for the last 10 years. So here's our deal. We're going to have no tax on tips from now on, but we're going to go after you viciously for all the money you didn't report for the last 10, 15. We're going to go after you for all the money you didn't report for. I'm only kidding. I'm only kidding. I have to say.
He rapid fires what he's saying, and he meanders from one topic to the next, to the next, to the next.
To the fake news, because they're going to say Trump is after all restaurant workers. Many of these workers are some of the very citizens who were hit hard and very hard by the ravages of the Biden economy, which was inflation. When I think of Biden, I think of incompetence and inflation. Not being nice by saying, I'm being nice when I say that. Yet even in the midst of the suffering he created, Joe Biden launched a cruel campaign to extract more money from tip workers. And that's what happened. I'm telling you, a young waitress, I won't say beautiful because you're not allowed to say that.
You just did.
Used to be you could say
I won't say the word that I just said.
Beautiful waitress. This was a young, beautiful waitress, but I won't say that because I feel like I want to continue my political career. If you call the governor won't say it. If you call a woman beautiful today, it's the end of your political career, so I won't do it. But a young waitress, I think you could call.
Some people are kind of exaggerating their laughter, almost like they're plants. Or maybe they do just genuinely think everything he says is just ridiculously funny. I hear people going, ah, like that. They sound like a fucking parrot laughing.
You're probably not even supposed to say young.
You hear that?
Probably supposed to say a waitress. But a young waitress came up and I said, how are you doing? And in my restaurant in the hotel in Trump, I said, how are you doing? And she said, not great, because they're after me so viciously for tips. They just want my tip income and they don't believe me and all of this. And she said, it's terrible. You know, sir, you should have no tax on tips. I said, what? So what'd you just say? No tax on tips. That was about the amount of my consultation. It's true. No tax. I said, what did you just say? Say those words again. Sir, no tax on tips. I said, thank you very much. You just won the election for me. No, Now, we did research into it. I think it's going to be great. But under the Trump administration, the forgotten men and women of our country are going to be forgotten no longer. You know that. They weren't forgotten 4 years ago. On day one, I immediately halted the hiring of any new IRS agents. You know, they hired or tried to hire 88,000 new workers to go after you, and we're in the process of developing a plan to either terminate all of them or maybe we'll move them to the border.
Maybe we'll move them to the border.
I think we're going to move them to the border. Well, they're allowed to carry guns. You know, they're so strong on guns, but these people are allowed to carry guns, so we'll probably move them to the border. Yeah. She said no tax on it. How about just no tax?
Yeah, that'll work well. Trump doesn't even believe that. It's funny how he said that because some dipshit in his audience is like, no tax at all. Okay, so how are we paying for everything? Like everything?
You can do that. You know, if the tariffs work out like I think, a thing like that could happen if you want to know the truth.
Oh, okay. The tariffs are going to eliminate taxes.
You know, years ago, 1870...
Do people not understand that like, they'll be paying the tax? It'll be like a sales tax, almost.
To 1913, we didn't have an income tax. What we had is tariffs, where foreign countries came in and they stole our jobs, they stole our companies, they stole our product, they ripped us off. And, you know, they used to do numbers, and then we went to a tariff system, and the tariff system made so much money. It was when we were the richest, from 1870 to 1913. Then we brilliantly came in with an income tax. No, we don't want others to pay. Let's have our people pay. And then you had the Depression in 1928, 1929. I call it 1929. That was a bad time, but, you know, you didn't have tariffs, and you had tariffs that ended in 1913. But it was the richest our country ever was.
He just makes shit up. Yeah, you know, this time when this thing happened, that was when the country was the richest with all the tariffs, you know?
President McKinley, in fact... We're renaming the mountain, Mount McKinley in Alaska.
You're renaming it. You're retro-naming it.
You know what else we're renaming?
I don't think he has the authority to do it, though.
Renaming the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. Right? And Mexico, actually, they were thrilled when they heard. They said, that's nice. A few months from now, when I sign our tax cut into law, we're going to deliver for the tip-earning men and women who make it all work. I mean, it's going to be something very special, I think, for you. It's going to be a big difference. And with us today is Jessica Angiano, an employee here at Circus. This is a nice place, by the way, and I just met your owner.
Is he at Circus Circus?
He's rich, too. Very... But Circa's very nice, and a hardworking single mother of two with incredible children. Jessica's struggling to pay for medical bills to remove a tumor behind her right eye. She's had some real difficulty, and she's currently saving up for a second surgery, which will hopefully be very successful, while also paying for her children's daycare. Jessica says that no tax on tips would transform her life. It would make such a big difference. So, Jessica, we're going to get that for you. Where are you, Jessica? You around here someplace, huh? Hi, Jessica. Oh,
hey,
so
Jessica.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. You said she was beautiful.
Very nice. It's working out medically good. Everything good? Gonna be good. Thanks, you look fantastic.
You look fantastic.
You look great. Also with us is Lexi York, a 28-year-old cocktail server here at Circa, who's got big dreams of being an entrepreneur. Lexi says that no tax on tips will help bring those dreams much closer to reach. And
you can always tell when he's reading.
And she's going to be one of the biggest proponents for it. We're going to have a lot of...
Yeah, I was looking. I'm not a big egg eater, but I was looking at egg prices, and I do think it's the bird flu that's affecting the egg prices.
Of support when we go before Congress very soon to get that passed. Lexi, where are you? Where are you? Hi, Lexi. Wow. Good. We'll get it done. And we're also pleased to be joined by Rosanna Maeda, President and CEO of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, which strongly supports this pro-worker reform. And Rosanna, would you like to come up and say a few words on behalf of so many people? Come on up. Come on up.
Is she actually going to say something? Huh.
Hello, Mr. President. On behalf of the American Hotel and Lodging Association, I'm so honored.
She sounds nervous.
To be here today. We represent 30,000 members around the country in an industry that represents more than 2 million hotel workers. And I'm here to tell you that the American dream is alive and well in the hotel industry today. It is still one of the few places where you can have and grow your career, starting a job as a housekeeper or a dishwasher or bellhop, to running a hotel, to owning a hotel or a few.
Yeah, the speech was planned in advance.
And to even becoming the CEO of a global brand or President of the United States.
Oh, yeah. Did Trump start out as a bellhop? I don't think so.
Mr. President,
he did not start at the bottom and work his way up.
In 2017, the tax bill that you championed cut taxes for so many working families and American workers.
Tell me how great I am.
Workers. It helped small businesses, hotel owners in our country who make up the majority of the industry reinvest in the economy, spurring jobs and growing and strengthening the economy. And the no tax on tips builds on that momentum. And so we are so excited to support you in that effort. That's why we're here today. We stand with you to urge Congress to pass this proposal so that more than the 800,000 hotel workers who benefit from these from tips, many who are here in the room today, representing all types of jobs, from restaurant workers to housekeepers to bellhops and so many others, can take home more of the pay that they earn every day. So thank you for having us and for promoting this proposal.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Great. After 4 long years, and these were long years of
these were long years.
Put you last. They put him
not long enough. It's like him being back is just ridiculous. I'm so tired of it already.
That was associated with us. You once again have a president who's putting our workers first, putting our families first, and above all, putting America first. And we're going to keep America first, and you see it. We're restoring our prosperity. We're restoring our borders. We're restoring our strength, our dignity, and our pride. We've been hurt badly by this group of people. They didn't have a clue what the hell was happening. It's so disgraceful that they were allowed to do it. But quite honestly, we're restoring our country. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency at our southern border. I sent active duty troops to the border to help repel.
Nothing has changed.
The invasion. Tom Homan is leading the charge. You know that? We like Tom Homan.
Tom Homan, yeah. Everybody loves that guy. He's great.
We immediately halted all illegal entry and began sending every border trespasser and violator back to the places from which they came. I signed an order that will designate the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. It's a big deal. That's a big deal. Biden didn't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. Biden didn't know he was alive. He didn't want to do it. He didn't want to do that. I always wanted to do it, you know. I mean, think of it. Is that a terrorist organization or what? And we began to leverage the full and immense power of federal government and state government and enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks bringing devastating crime to American soil. And we don't allow people to enter our country and to dump their prisons into the United States of America anymore. When we see that, our people are instructed to do whatever they have to do. They can do whatever the hell they want to do. Throughout this week, the heroes of ICE have been hunting down and arresting hundreds of illegal alien criminals. And its immediate expulsion, including those with charges of convictions for rape, child sexual assault, terrorism, and even murder. Members of the savage Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua.
Awagua.
You know that gang? This is not a nice group of people. They formed in prison, and then they dumped their prisons into our country. So we had them. We had them all over the place. Ask Colorado, the governor of Colorado. He doesn't know what to do about it. They're all over the place. We'll get them out. We'll get them out.
Is the, I mean...
They're,
I guess we'll have to wait a few months before we really see the ramifications of all of these actions that he's taking, right? By the way, please like the stream if you haven't already, and do me a favor and start a tip train. Throw me a couple dollars. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Trying to get a little closer to the weekly goal. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you.
in a sense, they're in the real estate business. They go into a building and they take it, you know? See, when you buy a building, you have to go out and get a mortgage or use your own cash. They just go into a building and take it. And they actually said, well, it's not that bad. They haven't taken that many buildings. Can you imagine that? They haven't taken that many buildings. Oh, they're not that bad. But they're as bad as the bloodthirsty MS-13 gangs that we have gotten thousands and thousands of them out. In fact, over 11,000 murderers were released into our country by other countries all over the world because of Biden's open.
Oh, thank you, Master Sin.
When I heard about that, I said,
there we go, 64%.
Out their prisons into our country. I said.
By the way, I tripped out last night. It was pretty great. It was a very enjoyable experience. I just kind of laid there and went for the ride. It was crazy.
I do that if I were heading up any one of the many countries that you know about, not just South America, all over. They take their prisons, their mental institutions, and they empty them out into our country. Can you imagine a person doing this? Can you imagine somebody doing that to our country? For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 was truly Liberation Day. That was really Liberation Day. This week, I also signed an order to end the weaponization of our government against American people and political people like me.
Political people like me. He's a political person now. I thought he was an outsider.
Never had a thing like that. He went after his political opponent. Who would have thought he helped me? I think he helped me get elected, Joe. You want to know the truth? I became much more popular. I'm the only guy that ever became more popular when something like that happened. But these guys were just so inept.
No tax on tip drains.
No, I wish, but I don't think that's happening. I think it's all bullshit. I don't believe that. I don't think the no tax on tips thing is going to happen. And they might, like, make something else happen and try to convince us that that's what they were talking about. I mean, back in the day when most people just paid for things in cash, a lot of wait staff, their tips weren't taxed because it was like under the table. It was paid to them in cash and they just pocketed it, you know. But now when most people use like debit and credit cards, there's a paper trail, so they get taxed on that kind of income.
Guy deranged Jack Smith, deranged. He was a deranged human being. But they thought this way Biden could sneak by and he could win an election, another cheating in another election. That's what it was. But we won. We won. You think that was fun? You think that was easy? It wasn't fun. And investigate all of the abuses of power. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been viciously persecuted by the Biden regime. Hundreds of people were persecuted. including Christians, pro-life activists, 2 Washington, D.C. police officers just yesterday, whose lives were destroyed from chasing down a dangerous illegal alien criminal. And of course, I was very proud to pardon the J6 hostages. Once and for all, I stopped government censorship and we brought back free speech.
Government censorship. I don't think the government was really censoring anything. So what is he talking about there? What government censorship did he stop?
Speech in America. We brought it back. We did more of this last week. People can't even believe it. I also signed an order to declassify and publish all remaining files related to the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King Jr. I signed an order that will end all of the lawless diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense all across the government and the private sector. We abolished 60 years of prejudice and hatred with the signing of one order, all approved by the United States Supreme Court. We're allowed to do it because we are now in a merit-based world.
It's not merit, though. We still live in a world where people are born with advantages way beyond other people. It's not merit-based. Trump didn't get to where he was by being merit-based.
We're a merit-based country. Did you ever think you were going to hear that again? It's based on merit. If you've got the talent, if you've got the work, the ethic, the whole thing, it's based now on, it's not based on any other thing. It's based on merit. It's based on your capability. The United States has now become, again, a meritocracy. Isn't that a beautiful word? A meritocracy.
I mean, there's no doubt that Elon manipulated the Twitter algorithm, especially around election time, to kind of put in front of you things that would make you more likely to vote for Trump. Because I saw it all the time. I'm like, I don't follow this person or anyone adjacent to this person, so why am I getting this weird, far right person's tweets now being recommended to me? And yes, last night I drank mushroom infused tea. It was pretty sweet.
Based on merit, if you do your job well, you're going to go places. And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only 2 genders, male and female. Male and female. Every single day of my term, we're living by the motto, promises made, promises kept. I kept my promises. It's why we won. It really is why we won. We won because of the past 4 years. We won because of that. But this is going to blow it away. Because when I came in, I had no experience. I didn't do this before. I never did this. I was never a politician before. I was talking J.D. Vance. By the way, hasn't he done a great job, J.D. Vance?
What's he done a great job doing? He just started. He's just kind of there.
Because J.D. went right to the Senate, and then he went to the vice president and said, J.D., you're really upwardly mobile. He said, you're more so than me. I said, why do you say that? He said, you went from being a real estate developer to the president. That's a pretty bad. I never thought of it that way.
He just loves jerking himself off. Yeah, I did all these really cool things. I'm really smart and great.
Mobile politician in history. I didn't make any stops along the way. It will be the greatest honor of my life to serve not once, but twice, or 3 times, or 4 times now. Headlines from the fake news. No, it will be to serve twice.
It's really easy to just claim everyone else is lying and fake when you're the one who's lying and fake.
For the next 4 years, I will not rest. I will not yield. And together we will not fail. We will win, win, win. We will bring back the American dream. We're going to bring it back. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to make it great again, greater than ever before. We'll be a nation like no other full of compassion, courage, and
Compassion.
exceptionalism. That's what we're doing, and that's what it's all about. And you see that. I think you see it more in the last week than you've seen it in years. And I walked up the stairs of that massive plane that's waiting for me, that big 747, and I said, there's no way I'm going to let myself fall, because that was one hell of a...
I mean, he had the trouble with the ramp where the like Secret Service had to like, or it was like a Marine or something had to guide him down the ramp.
That triple fall was a disaster. I would call that a political disaster. You can fall once, you can fall twice, but you can't fall 3 times. You can't fall 3 times. What a disaster. I've used that in every ad I think I ever did. Our power will stop all wars and bring new spirit of unity to a world.
I will stop all wars. Like, he has the ability to just stop all wars. He didn't. He did not. There were wars that existed when he took office that still existed when he left.
It's been angry, violent, and
then he was like, Biden, he stopped a war, but the way he did it was bad. The way I did it would have been good. Okay?
very unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by the people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We're bringing back religion in this country. We will be prosperous. We will be free. We will be bigger, bolder, and more ambitious than ever before. And together we will make America powerful again. Make America wealthy again. Make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. Make America proud.
The way he's going to do it is by saying he's going to do it.
Proud again. We're going to make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
They're all just kind of like, they just kind of drone on. It's their mantra. They just repeat what he says.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Nevada. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. We'll be back.
Make. What is it? What's the catchphrase? Oh, we got the legend Kevin King in the chat. The Kevin King in the chat. Y'all see? Y'all see?
We'll be back. Thank you. Thank you, my man. Great job. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Kevin, I got some of your videos lined up here. I've got this one.
The Beverly Hills Wildfire.
The Beverly Hills Wildfire. I got another one.
Beverly Hills Wildfire. Ronald McBitch.
Ronald McBitch.
Lion Bear.
Lion Bear.
Eddie X.
Eddie X.
President Donald Trump.
President Donut Trump. Yeah, Kevin is in the chat. I saw him a second ago.
So Cali. Nor Cali. Faraway Cali.
Fiery Cali.
Donald Tree. The Beverly Hills wildfires.
Oh, that's another one. He did that a couple times.
Beverly Hills wildfires.
Beverly Hills wildfires. Listen to the man when he speaks. It's Kevin King. Kevin Joseph King. Look him up. He's great. We got, I think this is Bill O'Reilly and Stephen A. Smith. They say it's a debate, but I kind of watched it. It didn't really seem like they were debating much, but we'll check it out.
Let's start
here.
the conversation.
With, was this Chris Cuomo? Yeah,
Tonight
Chris. And then the other one's Andrew. That was the governor.
Perfect. I want to have him every night. But I have the best guests to have this conversation with. Stephen A. Smith, the host of the Stephen A. Smith Show, and author, journalist, historian Bill O'Reilly. Gentlemen, thank you both for being with us. Bill O'Reilly, we talked a little bit last night about the pardons, and you said it was going to be iffy, but this point of how Trump starts motivating his agenda and executive orders and all the litigation, he can't really get it done himself. What do you think needs to happen for him to get Congress to act on what matters?
Well, it depends what he wants to do. So there are two tracks here. There's the political track.
God, Bill O'Reilly has that old man voice, that quivering old man voice. I'm going to hate when I get that. I'm getting closer to it.
About pleasing his base. And then there's a...
Or maybe he just has laryngitis or
realistic
something.
Track about what can happen. So, birthright citizenship, that's in the Constitution. Can't sign an executive order.
Do it live! Yeah, he got fired from Fox. There was like the whole sexual harassment controversy there almost 10 years ago.
To overturn it. He knows that. But there's no downside for him to do it because his base likes it. So he gets popularity points. They used to call him...
So Bill O'Reilly's basically saying that Donald Trump knows he can't do a lot of this stuff that he's trying to do, like the birthright citizenship stuff, but he's going to try to do it because his base will like it, that he's at least trying to do it.
Brownie points, but it doesn't mean anything. Same thing with the pardons. He didn't go over each pardon, and some bad guys got out. About 10% of them shouldn't have been pardoned, and we've been doing it all day, looking at who got pardoned and what they did. About 10% shouldn't have been considered. But again, to Trump, he wants the popularity to continue in his precincts first, and then he'll get around.
I think it will anyway.
To problem solve, and I believe he will. I believe that is coming.
So the question becomes, motivating Congress to do what he can. Like, let's start with the big ticket items, Stephen A. It's got to be immigration, right? Yeah. Now, you could argue TikTok may be stepping in front of it right now, and he may need Congress for that also. Yeah. But when you look at, like, the win-loss percentage here and what would be the real bar, the real measure, Congress has to be part of it. No?
Congress, you would say Congress has to be part of it, but you have to pay attention to the kind of cachet he has to compel them to do his bidding. And knowing that he is the kind of individual that's basically had control of the Republican Party since 2016, basically has had the power, or at least came across as having the power to get other folks removed from elected office because he can turn their constituency against them because they're not doing his bidding to some degree. They've walked around with fear, and that's one of the things that I've argued on so many occasions with so many Democrats that I know. They hang on to his every word, just like Bill just said. There are certain things he knows he can't do, but he knows politically it looks good. And because politically it looks so good.
So they're agreeing so far. This is not quite a debate.
good. He rallies the troops behind him and compels those who are supposed to be on his side to act in accordance with his wishes. And if you don't do it, you're going to get bounced out of there. He knows that. And as a result, they were always fearful.
If Trump died tomorrow, I don't think there would be that big of a change. I think J.D. Vance would just kind of, I mean, it might get worse because J.D. Vance has more young man energy, I guess. I don't know.
Going against him, even when he was out of office, when he was in Mar-a-Lago and Joe Biden was in the presidency. How many times did we see one Republican after another walk around looking like deer in headlights, scared out of there, you know what, to utter a negative syllable about this man? Why? Because they knew it would get themselves in trouble. And this is what happened. And so now he's back in office. And because he's back in office, he proved that the cachet wasn't just about him bloviating. It was very, very real because he is now the 47th president of the United States of America. If he had them compelled to do what he wanted to do before, what do you think they're going to be like now? I don't want to say the word puppet, but it applies.
I feel like you said it. Bill, you want to be a great man. Looking at your book.
I keep hearing, so far during this stream, I keep hearing a lot of, I don't want to say this word, but I'm about to say this word. Trump did that, now this guy just did it too.
I have a looking at your book about the presidents and then take it wherever you want. But Bill, I just want to make a point that's in your book. Every one of the presidents that you take time in the book to kind of highlight as a standout did something that they couldn't accomplish on their own. Do you think that President Trump is aware that the guys on Rushmore were not solo acts?
No, because he doesn't.
On Rushmore.
That's not what he does. He doesn't analyze.
He didn't read the book?
Number one, I have a patent, Stephen. No. I think he watched the News Nation special. I know he watched the News
Like everybody
Nation
else. You kicked my butt on Friday. Oh, I can't believe you didn't call me.
But it's not hard to do that. But anyway,
sad but
Stephen
true.
A.
Yes, sir.
I have a patent on the word bloviate, by the way. So every time you use it, I get a quarter.
Okay. Well, I'll give you $1.
This Donald Trump thing isn't new.
Right.
So Lyndon Johnson perfected this. Lyndon Johnson, as head of the Senate, if you didn't do what he wanted and you were a Democrat, it was going to be bleak. And Nancy Pelosi was the smoothest operator. She basically said, look, you vote my way or you're not getting a dime from the DNC to run for re-election and we'll primary you and you'll lose. So this is not new. And you're correct in Donald Trump intimidating his own party. But remember, the things that he wants to do, that Trump wants to do, he wants to do them fast. Mm-hmm. And that's good. That's a good thing. So he's saying, look, get on the train here. And if you're not on the train, I'm going to boot you and get somebody else who will be on the train. I don't see that as a bad thing. As long as the legislation, like the Lake and Riley bill that passed yesterday, and 12 Democratic senators voted for it, and the loons who didn't vote for it, boy, I mean, it's stunning. So you think it's okay for a foreign national to be arrested for a crime and not be turned over to the immigration authorities? That's what you're voting against?
Yeah, it was a bad look. It's like the Nancy Mace bill.
Come on.
Yeah, it was like the Nancy Mace bill. Just doesn't make sense.
The one thing I wanted to say, getting back to the...
I wonder how often Bill O'Reilly puts on a suit now as opposed to, like, you know, back when he was on Fox News every day. I don't know much about the whatever show he produces now. This is Cuomo's show. They're just having O'Reilly on as a guest. I know O'Reilly still does some kind of podcast or, you know, paywalled news show or something like that. But I'm not sure if it's like a daily thing or what.
Democrats' disregard. You have to be careful to not fall for the okie doke, for every little thing that he throws out there. Because like Bill said, there's certain things that he's doing just for pomp and circumstance to make it look good. And he knows he's not going to necessarily get it done. But that doesn't stop them from overreacting to it. And if you overreact to it and use every little soundbite that he throws out there or every little insignificant act that you know he's not going to...
I just don't know if it's an overreaction to like be like, you can't do that. That's fucked up. You're the president. And you took an oath to the Constitution, and now you're just trying to be like, well, I'm the emperor, and fuck the Constitution, so I choose not to ignore it for this thing that I want. I don't know if that's overreacting. I mean, if I was, like, flailing my hands around and crying about it, Ooh, a circumcision is a tax on tips.
Were you able to push through? And you react to that. You're reminding Americans of why they voted against you in the 2024 election. You cannot do that. If it's something substantive that's a real threat in your eyes that you feel he can push through, react to that. Make it real. But when it's something that you know is going to amount to nothing, why engage him in that? Because you're falling right into his trap when he does that, because he has proven in terms of headlines, in terms of sizzle, in terms of sparking a conversation and creating provocative dialogue, he has proven to be an absolute master at that, to his advantage more so than...
I don't know if it's... I don't want to give Trump all the credit. I think his base is like a special kind of stupid. And they were just waiting for someone to worship. They wanted like a golden idol to worship. But in this case, it's like a big orange blob to worship. Yeah, some people are just natural followers, and they just want to, like, they want to tell the world how much they love whoever and how much of a fucking, like, god they are. I've seen it so many times. I've seen people do it with YouTubers where they, like, worship people on like fan bases, worship them like they're a god. I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. Not that that's happened to me. Maybe, like, if it has, I wasn't aware of it. I've seen people do it with other people I've associated with, which to me is just very strange and uncomfortable.
Theirs. They have to make sure that doesn't happen to them.
Let's take a break, and when we come back, subject to what you guys are interested in, I want to talk about what may be the factor that does change the state of play, because there's something that both sides are looking at that doesn't involve Trump. And we'll discuss it when we come back with the two big men, Stephen A. Smith and Bill O'Reilly. Remember, it's 2 hours tonight, so we're going to be covering all of the big moves, what to expect,
all right,
this nation. Here's the word, Bill. Midterms. The motivation for Republicans and Democrats is this race to the midterm.
I don't want to be worshipped at all.
And
I don't want to be like worshipped. I'm definitely fallible.
Who has the better case? Because Trump is one and done here. And I agree with your analyses. He's the biggest dog in the pound. There's no question about it. But he doesn't have to worry about next time, and they do. Do you believe that that is at least the beginning of an incentive structure for them to want to pass legislation, at least on immigration reform?
Well, immigration reform will pass in some form, but it doesn't have to. With what Trump has already done, state of emergency, designating the cartels as terrorist groups, remain in Mexico, all of these things are a reality. No more applying for asylum by internet on an app. He doesn't need immigration reform, Trump. He's going to stop it cold. And when he waxes a couple of cartel heads, which I think he will, all right, he's going to be...
He's going to wax some cartel heads? I mean, they'll just replace them with a new one. We have to get to the root of the entire problem, which has to do with the drug war in general and the demand for drugs. You kill one cartel head, they'll just appoint their next cartel head. It's not really a win.
Celebrated by Republican voters. And if he can combine that with lowering prices, and that's tough. I was reading today, it is, because if he slaps 25% tariff on Canada, gas prices are going to go up, at least initially, because Canada imports a lot of fuel to the United States.
Exports.
I don't think he will. I think that these tariff threats are basically to get much better deals. That's always been his modus operandi. But if Trump fulfills and makes life better economically, and the intrusion on the border lessens dramatically, Republicans are not having any trouble in the midterms at all.
What's your take?
I don't know about that. Number one, when you talk about the tariffs, I'm thinking along the lines of what if they do bite back just to try to make him wilt a little bit, then it could potentially get ugly. How much intestinal resolve does a Canada, does a Mexico have? We may find out, because they're dealing with Trump, and you're trying to figure out who's the bigger fish in the pond. So that could be an issue.
This guy's normally a sportscaster, and he's also like a soap opera actor. It's weird to see him commenting on political stuff, but I'm doing it, and I'm not really qualified to, so there you go.
Know if we can rule that out as a possibility.
Everyone has an opinion.
As it pertains to the Republicans in the midterms, let's understand that somehow, some way, they always find a way to mess things up. They've had power before. They've had the House. They've had the Senate. They've had the White House. They don't have a perfect record. Trump certainly doesn't have a perfect record. You are right. I don't think that he needs to completely reform an immigration policy because of the actions that he's already taken. But in the same breath, you have to make sure that in the process of doing all of that, guess what? We can't have any issues at the border. This man Holman that you've got as the czar, he's got to live up to his word, because he's exhibited a lot of bravado and what have you. Yeah. People are looking for those actions as well, for that follow through as well. If he doesn't do that, who knows what they'll do? And you got to remember, you always got to worry about Trump giving the other side ammunition with the things that he says, the rhetoric that he spews. They might have shoved that aside for him to be in office and to get elected. That doesn't mean they're going to do a favor for the other Republicans in the House and the Senate come midterm election. He gets the benefit of the doubt to some degree.
The midterms are going to be so huge, but hardly anybody's going to vote in it, just like usual. Like, the average voter turnout for midterm elections is so much lower. Let me see. Turnout versus presidential election. Looking at it right now. Too much info. Here it is, from 1789, which is going way back, to 2020. So there's like a 10% difference. It was 66% in 2020 for presidential. It doesn't have the stats on midterms for 2020. It's just so, like, 33%. This is, decades ago. Let's see. So the 2012 to 2014. So the 2012 presidential election, then the 2014 midterms, if you compare them, 58.6% versus 36.7%. There's such a disparity. They should be getting the word out now to try and get people to vote in the midterms. Like, they should be pushing how important midterm voting is.
Not others.
I feel like, Bill, that they need the legislation. Trump needs / wants it because he wants to be a great man. He wants to be a great president.
Well,
you have to achieve something huge. And the guys on the border, as you know, Bill, you understand the issue very well. They ask for what has not been given to them yet. Rule changes, not just the application app, but the rules of asylum, the rules of catch and release.
Yeah, like my congressman, he went up for re-election in this last election. Adam Smith, Congressman Adam Smith. So he won't be on the ballot in 2 years. I don't know. We just got a new governor, so that won't be on the ballot. I wonder if we have like a senatorial election. I think I voted on the senators too. I don't even know if anything national would be on the ballot for me.
The resources to process and return people, that's what they say will make the biggest difference. You got to have legislation for that.
Well, we'll say, look, you expect that Homeland Security will come up with some rules only day 2. But as far as what they call comprehensive immigration reform, it's never going to happen under Trump because the Democratic Party insists on amnesty. And the Republicans aren't going to do it. They're not. Now, you can do
hold on. Let's be ambitious for a second. Let's be ambitious for a second, Bill. How certain are you that they would hold fast to a losing proposition? Amnesty is not popular
100%.
in America.
Right.
100%.
Democrats will always throw amnesty in, just like they don't oppose.
Ronald Reagan did a huge act of amnesty during his presidency. They ignore that a lot.
Sanctuary cities or sanctuary states.
So it's not just a Democrat thing. It has been done. But mass deportations have been done by, Eisenhower, who was a Republican a long time ago. Someone over in the Twitch chat said that Trump just announced immediate sanctions on Colombia. I had no idea. Yeah, wow, that's pretty crazy. I mean, like economic sanctions? Is that what we're talking about?
Look, that's Trump's
I'll
easiest
take a look
thing.
at it.
He'll get that under control. And Holman will do what Holman says he'll do. They got the power to do it. And if you're worried about the cartels striking back, Stephen A., I'll give you one name, Soleimani. Iran did nothing after their number 3 guy was blown off the face of the earth by Trump in a drone. And the cartels, they don't have nearly the power. So they right now, the cartels are making reservations to Miami, all right? They're getting the heck out of there. It's over, particularly if Trump decides to use some military action.
I'm going to grab some stuff about Colombia. I'm guessing it has to do with Colombian migrants.
I hope he does. These people, cartels, are killing far more than ISIS.
Your Coke? Do you mean your cocaine or your Coca-Cola?
And Al-Qaeda combined.
Yeah, that's fair.
They're killing millions of people in the United States.
He's going to take their money first.
And Mexico,
that's what this does.
Both? Oh, no. I had 3 accounts in here concern trolling earlier, pretending to all be like friends watching the stream together. And all of the accounts were all made on the same day. They were all made on January 8th of this year. So it's fucking hilarious that they were in here like trying to pretend like they were multiple people all on different accounts. Like, I'm like, who is this fucker? Like, obviously, because they've been around a while saying stuff to get attention, like concern trolley kind of attention. And I went in and I'm like, the odds of these people who are friends, they're like, oh, let's make YouTube accounts together, is fucking insane. There was like three of them, and they were all made on the same day.
Lets them do it.
You're absolutely right about that.
Listen, if Donald Trump and the Republican Party want to dominate for the next 4 years, destroy the cartels.
I think that the big thing,
you can't destroy the cartels when there's a demand for the drugs. There's a black market demand for the drugs. So you squash one cartel, you're gonna get another one. It'll be like a mad dash to be the next people to replace it.
The tool that this gives them is, if you are a terrorist organization, I can go after your money in a way that really you can only do otherwise during RICO.
You find a soft spot and you squeeze.
Asset forfeiture. And these guys, at the end of the day, they're a bunch of cold-blooded killers, don't get me wrong, but they want money. They do all this for money. And if you take the money from them and you start taking the money and punishing the domestic assets here, the gangbangers who are helping them with the trafficking of fentanyl, that they are now functionally terrorists, that's going to change the dynamic.
But listen to what you're saying, Chris. Listen to what you're saying, Bill. You both are absolutely 1,000% right. But I'll be damned if you tell somebody anything, telling a bunch of people stuff that they didn't already know. So the real question is, how come this hadn't happened before?
Because
what took it so long?
They didn't want to designate
Because they haven't seen it.
Yeah.
They hadn't seen what?
No.
I'm asking.
They haven't seen it. When you see dead bodies lying in Guadalajara, all right, and you see a drone, all right, then Americans are going to go, whoa. And this is so bad that it's almost defies you. And Stephen A., you're from the Bronx, all right? Just ride around and watch in your neighborhood what these narcotics do.
Yes, Sturgis is not smart enough to concern troll. I will say concern trolling takes a manipulative mind. Being someone who is... Maybe they're not that good at it because I spot it from a mile away. When, like, everything they say is like, oh no, why are you doing this? Or why aren't you doing that? I used to be a fan, but you did this. Like that kind of shit. And when they, like, it's obviously people genuinely do that. But when it's like constant over and over and over and over again, and they're trying to like influence the people around them, it takes like a certain type of manipulative mind to do that kind of stuff. And that's what they were doing. They had 3 accounts that were all made on the same day, acting like they're other people. Like they were friends. Like, why did you ban my friend? It's like, you're the same person. It's clear. Come on.
To children. And
well, I've lived it. I've lived it.
So
I've seen
far,
it all my life.
Yeah. And these people, these evil people, deserve to be eliminated. Mm-hmm. And Trump will do that. And if he does, his popularity, his job approval will go into the 60s.
And if he doesn't do it, why wouldn't he do it? See, because you have to remember, the cynical amongst us in America, who don't know the things that Bill O'Reilly and Chris Cuomo know, have looked at government as playing a role in allowing these things to perpetuate and continue throughout history. You have the power, you have the muscle, you have the cachet, you have the manpower, you have whatever it takes to get exactly what you articulated done. But decade after decade after decade, nothing has happened. So if it doesn't happen now, then what?
Well, there's a big reason,
President
by the way.
Colombia said the country
we are being
not accepting deported citizens until they treat them as such and not criminals. A lot of cartels are funded by the U.S.
This has been, yes, that's true.
I used to be a fan, but then you stopped sending me feed pics. Concerning Ben.
If you want feet pics, we can discuss a price if you're literally into that. Because they're just feet to me. I get, like, maybe people have already jerked off just watching me here, so there's nothing I can do to stop it. So if you want feet pics, I'll make my feet all nice and pretty for you, and we'll discuss a price. I don't care. Feet is nothing to me. Hey, I'll be a foot sellout. I don't care. It's literally my feet. I walk around barefoot all the time.
Shalon about something that is taken very seriously, especially by Democrats, and that is going against the sovereign authority of an ally with military force that is unrequested. So if you get Mexico to say, yeah, bring in your operators, do what you can, that's one thing. But Obama didn't even want to go into Pakistan to get Osama bin Laden because he didn't want to piss off Pakistan because they're an ally and a nuclear power. No, I'm saying Osama bin Laden
didn't want Obama. No, I know that. Obama was for the operation. Biden was the dissenter.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm not
Obama
talking about the ultimate. Yes. You're right. I'm not talking about the ultimate operation. The early on, when I first interviewed Barack Obama when he was running against John McCain, the initial issue, as we all remember, was terrorism, and then the economic collapse happened and changed the race. And I said to him, if you found out where bin Laden was, because I had interviewed Pervez Musharraf, who was then president of Pakistan, and I said, if you knew where OBL was, would you tell us? He's like, let's get to that when I said, no. It's a very important question. And then I wound up not being able to leave the country for 9 hours because they had us in a room at the airport. Right. But he was dicey about it. So then I asked Obama, would you go in there and get him if you knew he was there? And he was, it took me like 3 pushes to get him to say, well, yeah, if we knew he was there and our ally requested it, then we'd go. That's the sticking point with Mexico, Bill, is that if you just send the military into another sovereign...
It's 32 degrees there. It is 40 here.
Stop pushing your feet on me, Ben. It's concerning.
You're the one who brought it up. You're the one who brought it up. I think you were, like, putting the feelers out there. You were putting the feelers out there. Those sick Denmarkians, they're into some sick shit.
could be seen as an act of war,
There's
even
no
if you are
sticking
just attacking the bad guys.
So what? Those people down there in Mexico City have been so harmful. They are an enemy to America, the government, not the folks.
Yeah, he made it. The Mexico City is huge. It's like it's bigger than New York in population, I believe. So he was like, "Oh, the people in Mexico City, they're our enemies." He backtracked a little bit on it because he realized that sounded bad.
Attacking the bad guys.
Hear it again.
So what? Those people down there in Mexico City have been so harmful. They are an enemy to America.
Yeah. That he called the largest city. I believe it's the largest city in North America. Let me see. LAR largest cities in North America by population. Yes. Wow, Mexico City has so many more people than New York. Oh, now I'm getting two different numbers here. Is it? Yeah, the other number I got made it look like Mexico City had like 12 million. But from what Mexico City's still larger than New York in population. I'm obsessed with these kind of statistics. So, wow, Chicago and Toronto used to have comparable populations. Toronto blew ahead of Chicago. Mexico City, New York, Los Angeles, Toronto, Chicago, Houston, Havana. I didn't know Tijuana was this big. Top 10, Phoenix, Arizona is the 10th.
If the country doesn't accept the deported, what happens? That's funny because past Mexican government official have bent over backwards for the U.S. and did all types of illegal shit for the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't take it back, if they don't, I mean, you can't, I don't think they can force these people to take them back. So then what do? Do you build a giant raft and make them like just live on it in the ocean? I don't know. Like, obviously you can't do that. That's like a death sentence, but I don't know. If you ever leave the country and come back, they have to let you back in. Even if you're a criminal, like they can't force another country to keep you. But when it comes to like a deported illegal immigrant, I don't know what another country can be like, we don't want them back.
The government, not the folks. They allowed these cartels to run their own country. Now, how many officials are on the take?
Yeah, no.
I mean, this is ridiculous. I don't care. I don't give a whit what Claudia Sheinbaum thinks. If we want to take out cartel members, we have the authority under the Constitution now to do it.
We have the authority under the
Trump
Constitution to go to other countries and
if Mexico City doesn't like
drug wars. I mean, we're already there, but like actual like sending in, you know, like the army or something to fight cartel. SEAL Team 6 gonna take out a cartel. We're not doing that. It's more of a proxy war that we're fighting.
Too bad.
Well, we'll see, because he's got the designation. He's going to be looking for wins. I got to jump.
I don't think it's going to be a matter of them not liking it. I also think it's a matter of intimidation on the part of some of those government officials. The cartel is very influential there.
They'll definitely kill you.
Cuomo.
Yes, sir.
Just for history, I know you have to go. Just for history, the reason they wouldn't let you leave Pakistan after you did that interview was because they liked you so much. They just wanted your company a few hours more. And I have that.
I do cut quite the figure in a shalwar kameez. Right. I cut quite the figure. Bill O'Reilly, thank you very much. Stephen A. Just when I think I understand the full range and repertoire, the effect that is Stephen A. Smith, you pull out something like this.
This is my warm-up suit. I was stuck in the airport, man. I was stuck in the airport.
You are red hot. Red hot. I've been stuck in an airport. I've never looked that good.
All right.
Gentlemen, thank you. Hey, thanks for watching.
All right. I didn't hear many disagreements there. Oh yeah, where's that Trump thing that I got? Here it is. Trump retaliates against Colombia.
We are following breaking news at this hour here on Live Now from Fox. You're taking a live look at the White House as we have learned that President Trump is now ordering action to be taken against the country of Colombia, saying, quote, I was just informed that two repatriation flights from the United States with a large number of illegal criminals were not allowed to land in Colombia. This order was given by Colombia's socialist president.
Socialist! I love they throw that word out there. He evil. He evil. By the way, I'm streaming on 3 different platforms. I'm going to take a moment here to share links to the other platforms just so there's the other YouTube channel I'm streaming on, and then I'm also streaming on Twitch if you want to check that out too. Why not? You can hop around, you can chat in the different chats. I don't really have a lot of people watching on Twitch, so if a bunch of you go over there, it's kind of fair game, pretty much over there.
Who is already very unpopular amongst his people. His denial of these flights has jeopardized the national security and public safety of the United States. So I have directed my administration to immediately take the following urgent and decisive retaliatory measures.
Retaliatory measures. All right, here they come.
And he also just shared that information in a social media post. Some of those measures include an emergency 25% tariffs on all
25% tariff
goods coming into the United States. In 1 week, the 25% tariffs will be raised to 50%.
What? Okay. So all goods from Colombia immediately 25% tariff, and then in a week it's going up to 50%.
Also issuing a travel ban and immediate visa revocations on the Colombian government officials and all allies and supporters. Visa sanctions on all party members, family members, and supporters of the Colombian government.
Wow. So visas being revoked, like anyone in the outer purview of the Colombian government. Your ability to travel to the U.S. has now been revoked indefinitely.
Customs and border protection inspections of all Colombian nationals.
So what Trump is saying is that the Colombian government wouldn't let a U.S. military plane packed with deported immigrants land in Colombia. So now there's economic sanctions, and people are getting their passports and visas revoked. Their travel, like their ability to travel to the U.S., revoked.
And cargo on national security grounds, treasury, banking, and financial sanctions to be fully imposed. President Trump saying, quote, these measures are just the beginning. We will not allow the Colombian government to violate its legal obligations with regard to the acceptance.
Okay, so I just looked up where is Starbucks coffee grown. They get it from all over because they have all these different blends. Some comes from Costa Rica. So that's a Central American country, so Trump will probably fuck with them eventually here. Some places in Africa.
And return of the criminals they forced into the United States.
I wonder how much does come from Colombia.
Look right here.
Colombian coffee is about to become like Cuban cigars were, for decades. Oh, God.
Social media post that he just issued there on Truth Social. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. On the right-hand side of your screen, that is a social media post by a Fox News journalist, Bill Melugin. As we continue to follow this breaking news, as we have learned.
Yeah, coffee only grows in a very select part of the world. And Hawaii is the only actual U.S. state where coffee can be grown. That's the only actual U.S., like one of the 50 states.
That President Trump now ordering action to be taken against Colombia after 2 flights from the United States with a large number.
By the way, we're almost at 70%. Someone help me out here. Throw me a couple bucks. We're almost at 60%.
Illegal
Thank
criminals
you.
were not allowed to land in Colombia. President Trump saying that the order was given by Colombia's president.
This isn't going to make eggs cheaper, but this is going to make shit from Colombia more expensive.
And his denial of these flights, President Trump writes, quote, has jeopardized the national security and public safety of the United States. And therefore, he has ordered his administration to take a number of retaliatory measures, including emergency tariffs, a travel ban, revoking visas, sanctions, and also financial sanctions as well.
Could you grow coffee like indoors? Like how a lot of people grow weed indoors? Could you create an indoor environment where you could grow coffee? Or would that not work? I'm guessing there would be like indoor coffee growing farms in the U.S. if that were possible. Maybe it's just too expensive. Maybe it's less expensive to just import it from places where it grows outside. Okay. All right. I guess we should do We Noun Zero, essentially. Okay? Here he is. Here's the Sturge.
Hello, everyone. I'm Renowned Zero. We are back again talking about nonsense once again because, of course, as people continue to join in on the Rippaverse team, as we are going to see here, that it appears Gothix is now a part of the Rippaverse, which is an awesome get. She's an absolutely great socio-political commentator. She's actually great, well-spoken, and people think she's just going to be there.
Sturgis had to bring up how she's well-spoken. Guess what? She's black. She's like a black conservative commentator named Gothix, spelled with an X. And she dresses kind of goth. That's like her shtick.
There to shield the Rippaverse. It's a weird thing that someone can't just simply work for another person simply because they want to work with another person and then learn about the comic book sphere and the comic book universe that is the Rippaverse. But it's interesting that, of course, the attack...
I just like how he was like, oh, and she's well-spoken. Unlike Sturgis.
Dogs are out and about so that they could just discredit her because she doesn't know anything about comics. Meanwhile, you got...
Yeah, I guess Ethiopia is the birthplace of coffee, I believe. I think when they trace back the origins of coffee, I think Ethiopia is the original place.
Clowns like Katie did, who know nothing about comics, who say that her favorite comic is Black Riding Hood, and like, of course, mangas are comics, but we're not talking about manga. We're talking about American comics, and manga is just on a whole nother level. And as far as storytelling and drawing,
he's a big time anime simp. Sturgis loves him some anime.
But let's get into it really quick with the Yara number 2 pre-order collection. 24 days left. Obviously, the Bloodroot number 1 collection did end at 735K in sales and over 13,000 books sold. We have 7,243 books sold for Yara number 2, $246,000 in total sales. We also have our boy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna skip this shit.
Awesome to see people winning, and I just love to see it.
Okay. We're gonna watch this Eric July Gothix video. You know, when I went to Europe, I started in the UK and made my way all the way to southern Italy. And I noticed that the further east I went, the smaller the cup of coffee got and the stronger it was. Like when I was in the UK, it was very comparable to the type of coffee I get here. Very similar. But then, you know, then I went to, you know, I went to the Netherlands and it was pretty much the same too. But then I went to France and it was like starting to get stronger in a smaller cup. And then Germany and Austria and Switzerland and those kind of places. I don't even know if I had coffee there. But then when I was in Italy, it was just like this really small cup of super strong coffee. Ridiculously strong coffee. Giving me heart palpitations.
Of course, like, this is the video here for the Gothics joining, of course, the Rippaverse team. Brought her on for more video content making.
But why, like, what is her function? Like, why is she joining a comic book team? She's not an artist. She's a co-host with The Quartering.
We have the...
You're not going to play the video? Damn it.
For the War of Separation pre-order going up. It's a limited series. Says this is perhaps the most important Rippaverse story to date. It'll give you context into the current landscape of North America and the Rippaverse. There will be no CGC copies, and the collection will run 30 days. There's a good chance fulfillment will start before the collection closes. This is a limited series, not an ongoing. There will be several issues, and you won't have to wait long for issue number 2 to come out. The Great War of Separation is the collaborative story I alluded to that Chuck Dixon and I worked on. I provided the general shell and created some of the characters, but this is very much a Chuck Dixon story. So that
Chuck Dixon is a guy with some credentials that Eric July has hired for some of his comics, like Horseman.
That'll be on January 29th, which is in a couple of days, at 6 a.m. Central Time, which will be 3 a.m. Pacific, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is, of course, an announcement here for the MegaCon, which will have, the Saska sisters. You'll have Jay David.
Oh, goody!
Hudson, I think, is
the Saska sisters.
The artists, you have
they're
Erotic,
awesome.
Gamers, Critical Drinker, and Star Wars Theory at the table. They have all the schedule here. This is the booth 5125. All the different meet and greets for each day. Saturday is going to be the important one for me. And the Meet the Panelists is where everyone will be there. They got the panel at 12 p.m. in Theater 3, which will be absolutely awesome. Now, these clowns are out here thinking that just because Eric July knows of Gothics, and I'm pretty sure Gothics is more leaning towards libertarian, and she's a Christian, similar to Eric July. That, of course, she's
similar to Eric July.
She's an NPC and cannot think for herself because, of course, they think all black people can't think for themselves, of course.
Who says that? You always say the weird, like, you always bring up the weird, like, oh, they're a black person thing. You do that a lot.
Which of course, Gothics will absolutely destroy these people in a classy way, saying your statement implies that I'm incapable of forming my own opinions. I'm not subscribing to anyone's talking points, quote unquote. I am my own person with my own thoughts and beliefs. I'm sorry that's a foreign concept to you. This is, of course, from Vincenzo, which is one of EVS's attack dogs and one of his clowns. And we also have another one of his clown mods down here. We have studied Eric July over a year now. You are! So yeah, you're basically saying that she's an NPC, and I'm pretty sure she's going to outsmart you and make you look like a dummy. You're
going to look like a dummy, bud. Eric's going to make you look like a dummy, bud. Eric July going to make you look like a dummy, bud.
Would anybody who tries to come at her. Studied, lol, sad. Even she can see that haters are stupid.
She's well-spoken.
This guy is an individual. You want to call other people NPCs? You are one of the biggest NPCs out there. You let EVS slide whatever garbage, racist nonsense he says on a daily basis almost at this point. Comicsgate has a great interest in high-quality books. No, you don't, because Godlike is dog water. If you're interested in high-quality books, it's dog water. Cyberfrog 2, dog water. You want to talk about high-quality books? Out of the 3 of the main clowns of CG or new CG...
There's lots of Bosnians in Ohio, like in the Cleveland area. Lots of like Balkans, people from the Balkans. Slavic.
Shane is the best writer out of the three, and that's not really saying a lot considering
South Slav.
His writing sucks. John Malin's writing seems to suck. You know, it's possible to critique without becoming a digital hemorrhoid by studying someone. Have you tried that? Yes, I study many people, places, or things. It's because you're a loser. It's not abnormal to learn about a subject. You haven't learned anything about Eric July outside of NPC talking points from your frog daddy. So, I mean, contrary to whatever you quote-unquote study about
your frog daddy
behavior, when you prioritize...
He's reading... Hey, make that white stuff come out again.
As accordingly, as opposed to mouth breathing on X, you can get a lot done in 24 hours. Amazing, I know.
Make that white stuff come out again.
Damn. Just telling you guys like it is. You guys are literal brain rot. Concern trolling for content. There was a troll in the chat. I would bet money Katie Dogs use her alt account again to ask questions so she can clip it. This is something she has done in the past. Gothics handled her just fine. She responded by asking what was the end game of the haters. The truth is they just want YouTube content. And it's Gothics doesn't need to know comics to shield the Rippaverse. I mean, you don't need to know comics and you shield CG from their terrible racist nonsense. I mean, and you're subscribed to the idea that your love of fan fiction of demon dogs having relations with children, but that's beside the point. Even he says it down here. Katie knows nothing about comics and had also admitted to being a normie, no different than Gothics. Katie does promotion streams for Comicsgate. She does. She literally has this garbage stream called Good Morning Comicsgate. Like what are we doing? You literally made a clickbait title. Nobody cared to watch it because you got 487 views in 10 hours because nobody cared to watch it. And you're a normie in comics. So what are we doing? You're literally being hypocritical and inconsistent. You don't know anything about comics, and yet you're sitting here talking about how other people don't know anything about comics. I guarantee Gothics will probably learn more about the comic industry and the comics.
Gothics knows more, bud. Gothics knows more.
You're a clown. But of course, the best is yet to come. I'm sure you have been fully made aware of the anti-Rippaverse hate mob led by Incel who streams from his basement. He's cultivated an entire network of pocket watchers to find reasons to hate.
Who's the Incel that streams from his basement? Who are they talking about?
July and the Rippaverse for YouTube content. They're doing a deep dive into you to find something to fake outrage about and do guilt by association. You will now be targeted and harassed. You're gonna have to just ignore it. Oh. She'll absolutely ignore it. And these clowns will get more butthurt just like they do with...
You're getting butthurt, bud.
Eric July. Eric July basically ignores these clowns and they get really butthurt over it. Let's listen to what the fat, overweight, out-of-shape New Jersey has to say about Gothics. Oh, sorry, racist too.
We like every SJW female comic creator who
cool. Congratulations, but she's not an NPC like you. You are literally the biggest SJW out here. Literally,
is he? He's the biggest SJW? I don't think so.
So any and anyone who's better than you at your own craft. Again, you allowed a rookie in Eric July to outdo you.
You
in your
allowed a Wookiee, bud.
Business. And then you got butthurt when he didn't want you a part of it because you're a freaking clown. You're
a clown, bud.
Snake.
hates our guts. And it's like, she looks like that, she dresses like that, she shaves her head. She looks like the aspirational feminist archetype that gets drawn into every comic. She looks like she's the new, what's her name, in Star Wars, the Acolyte? She looks like, like that. She looks like every character. She looks like the black chick in the Buzz Lightyear movie.
Okay, cool. Is she doing anything to offend you outside of existing in the Rippaverse? No.
She looks exact. Oh, where is that image? Hold on a second. Can I find
her in many different videos, streams.
Eric, are you excited? In what way are you excited? Are you excited because
this is him reacting to the MegaCon video
of videos like this that she used to make?
It is a single off the upcoming free mixtape by Backwards. If you're not familiar with Backwards, they are a band fronted by Eric July, aka Young Rippa. If you follow him on YouTube, he is an anarcho-cap.
A little bit. I don't know. I don't know. So this is like the second, well, the third with the, Saskas.
What is the purpose?
So I'm watching Sturges react to a video of Ethan Van Sciver react to a video of Gothics reacting to a video of Eric July. That's what's happening right now.
Of this, you look like a clown. Oh, did you make video? Oh my God, she made a reaction video to a rap song that Eric July did. Wow.
Make a little video saying some nice things about Eric July. Eric July hires these people. He just hires these women who aren't really qualified to do anything.
The Saska sisters are pretty qualified. They did better than...
He loves the Saska sisters. If anything ever blows up between Eric July and the Saska sisters, just watch, because Sturges will turn on them easily. He's all in.
All your campaigns with Yaira, number one, and it's more successful than Cyberfrog. Your little ripoff of the Ninja Turtles.
Anything except say nice things about Eric July.
Oh, sorry, Battletoads ripoff.
She's not hot, says Soren Resner. You don't think so? She's I don't know. Yeah, I think she is actually. I think she's traditionally.
Oh God. She just sees, I mean, she sees a business opportunity. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Oh my God, dude. And right there is why Eric hired her.
Just making assumptions because you're a clown.
Right there. Eric saw that and went, this girl.
He's known Gothics for a while in the socio-political space. I don't think he knows anything about this video at all.
This girl wants my dick and my balls. Right there. You see it? You see that?
Massive projection, bro.
That's all you have to do. Like, Eric wants to be flattered, man. If you just flatter Eric July like that, ooh face, on this video, her stuff. And I was just kind of like, okay, so here's Gothics, here's her channel. I went through her videos, I went oldest, because I wanted to see where she came from. Look at this. Yeah, that's racist. That's racist. What is this?
Oh no, it's the same thing they did with the Saskas. They went back to their old content and think they're unqualified because of old content. Again, Eric July doesn't hire based on politics. He hires them based
Eric
on
does
merit.
everything white.
And she's not writing for the...
Eric does everything white.
She's just a spokesperson. Literally, it's in her bio.
She's a spokesperson, whatever the fuck that means.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, y'all?
I hope everyone is adjusting to this dumpster fire of a year, or whatever the hell is left of it at this point. So, this video is going to be very different from my normal content.
That's weird because I don't know where your normal content is. This is the oldest video. 4 years ago. Where is your... Where is your... Is there a point where you kind of transitioned into Eric July conservative?
She's a libertarian, stupid.
Sitting there talking about in defense of Candace Owens. Reaction to Tom McDonald's Clown World. Did she react to... See, it's... Now you got, like, look at her views right now. It's like 105,000 views. Tons of... Eric July video. This is 194,000. 26,000. Eric July.
That's more views than you're getting on your videos or live streams currently.
This video here. Making fun of the gays, Pride Month, blah, 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 you know. Typical, like, brain rot, I guess.
Yeah, so you're not saying anything of value.
You're not saying anything of value. Oh, I see someone over on the Twitch chat say the Acolyte is better than the Ripperverse. Yes, and I did not like the Acolyte, but yes, it was better than the Ripperverse. That's true. But I didn't like it. I thought it was bad. I wasn't surprised that it got canceled. I'm just like, what is this? What is the, like, why do I care about this story?
Lives matter.
I watched it though. I gave it a shot. I watched like half of the season, and I was like, eh.
Does Black Lives Matter? Tired old argument. Oh my God! Do you think she's going to say that all lives matter? Hold on.
Yes!
I want to get some scissors so badly and cut of that weak ponytail, but cool face.
Bud. Sturge. Come on, bud. Slice it off.
So I'm on Twitter right
We're at 70%. Hell yeah.
now, which I should never do because Twitter is a cesspool of nonsense, but I see that Black Lives Matter is trending, and of course my curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to take a look into what exactly people are talking about.
Again, she's a socio-political commentator. Of course she's going to be talking about this type of stuff.
One was a comment from Steven Crowder, where he said, if you're triggered...
All right, so we're $264.65 away from the goal. I'm willing to keep streaming and keep it rolling here. I'm just hoping some of you guys might be able to help me out a little bit. Every little bit helps. But please use Streamlabs if you can. If you want to give super chats, I'm more than happy to accept those. But the goal itself is through Streamlabs, and I get the money immediately, and YouTube doesn't take 30% of it. So that's why I emphasize Streamlabs, but obviously super chats are great too. Some people just prefer to do super chats, and I'm fine with that.
The phrase all lives matter, then maybe you're the problem, which I wholeheartedly agree with. Black Lives Matter hasn't actually done anything.
Okay, so this is how you get to where you are. This is how, as a black person in the conservative space.
Once again, showing your racism, because
You're racist! Sturgis will call people racist if they criticize a black person. That's what he does. If the black person is on his side.
Always circles back to race for you, because you are a racist.
You get clout, you get followers, you become popular.
Oh, she only gets followers and popular because she's black. Apparently, according to you.
You're racist, bud.
Is you say things that, white conservatives say. You go, yeah, you know what, like Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. And here's the thing about that. She's right-wing, I told you, says Boo Brancher. Yeah, I know, and Melanie Mack's Christian, too. Yeah, I believe it.
She's not right-wing, she's libertarian.
Oh, come on, dude. You don't even know what libertarian means.
Dummies.
Dummy.
100% believe it.
The windmills are making the whales crazy.
All right, hold on a second. Let me get back to this real quick. So Eric has hired her.
And updates. You all know how.
I don't know much about her, so you guys are gonna have to educate me. Frog Tony says that she was a model who was an SJW. She's black. She black. And she was like big for trans rights and all over SJW stuff, identity politics, and she was saying all this weird stuff like, I'm black, I should be getting more attention for being a model. And then she got canceled for some reason, and then she decided to just go full anti.
Yeah, because
that does happen.
I'm gonna listen to a freaking moist back who is missing teeth.
Did he say a moist back? Is that what he said?
Anti.
Yeah, because we're definitely gonna listen to a freaking moist back who is missing teeth.
Who is he talking about? Is he talking about Ethan Van Sciver?
Listen to the guy who's consistently lied about the Rippaverse for years now, like how he said the Asylum trademark lawsuit was going to be a loss. It wasn't.
It got settled.
Like how he said Rippasem was going to flop. It didn't. Yeah, we're going to listen to that guy. We're going to listen to the guy who hid himself away for like a good month or two because he got embarrassed and he thought he was going to have a big audience and people liking him when he went on the Biggest Problem in the Universe podcast, and he got clowned off the internet basically for a couple months because he looks like an absolute loser.
Woke. And I looked at her YouTube channel, and her YouTube channel is all just kind of like that. It's like, yeah, well, white privilege isn't real. Like she is the female Eric July, except she's not hideous. Like she is lovely. But it is funny how, like, she looks exactly like...
Oh no, people having similar opinions. Wow.
The archetype that we all say this is...
Remember, you were the same guy who loved the Ripperverse, who loved ISOM 1, and then when Eric didn't want to hire you and realized you're a clown who agreed with a one loser, Juju the Cow, of non-criticism, he said you basically were a snake and he doesn't want to associate with you, and then you got butthurt. Now you've been on an over year-long crusade of trying to take down the Ripperverse while destroying your own business.
This is an SJW. Like, I don't know if she's an SJW. Maybe she is. Maybe this is all just performative. But she's black with the half-shaved head and the nose piercing. And I'm just like, God, like, this does exist somewhere in nature. And now, like...
Okay. Well, what's your point? He doesn't hire based on politics or looks. He based his hirings on merit.
Merit. All right. What's the merit for her to become part of a comic book company?
And she's not going to be a writer or an artist for the Ripperverse. She's a spokesperson who's just going to do videos for the Ripperverse.
She's a spokesperson. What does that mean? Isn't Eric July the spokesperson? Isn't that why he does all these videos over explaining all the decisions he makes and everything they do?
It's like, what don't these clowns get? That you can hire based on merit, not based on their skin color, which apparently skin color seems to matter to you and other weirdos who get butthurt over things like me calling certain people the moist back. They get really butthurt over things like that, and yet they'll sit here and just flat out show their racism. But that's all I got for you guys today. I'm pretty sure you get the point. Thank you all for checking out this video. I really do appreciate all the new subscribers, returning subscribers, new viewers, and returning viewers. If you do like this video, hit the like button, comment below if you feel about this, subscribe for more content, hit the bell for notifications, set the bell to all, that way you get notification anytime I post a new video or go live on this channel, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Yeah. Here's the Gothics videos. Let's see.
Thanks, Rippaverse family, for the support you showed for the first issue of Bloodruth. The collection ended with over 13,300 books sold and over 735,000 in total sales. That's incredible for our first ever horror comic. Fulfillment for all collection items is projected to start sometime in February after we receive the CGC copies. If you missed out, don't worry, you can still get the covers that haven't been sold out in our store at rippaverse.com. We can't wait for you to learn more about the Blood Witch, and we know you're gonna love the story and artwork. Again, thank you for being customers of the Rippaverse.
So she's like a spokesmodel almost. It's a DEI hire, yeah.
Oh, hey there. I'm getting a lot of attention on Twitter right now, so I figured I could use this as a teachable moment for the guy wearing the corn costume, as well as any other content creators or public figures that...
The corn costume. Is that actual Jake? Was that Jake that did that?
Might need some advice when dealing with haters. Now, as a commentator on YouTube, I can tell you that...
Is she into BDSM or something? Is that why she's wearing the, like, collar with the ring on it? So someone can hook a leash to her?
I get a lot of hate for the opinions that I have, mostly me being called a conservative right-wing grifter or suggesting that I'm a race traitor, because let's be real, a lot of society...
I think the first is true. I don't think the second is true. I don't really know, but I just don't like going there with people. But yes, you're a conservative right-wing grifter.
Isn't used to a black person.
She became Christian to get attention. She's a Christian, but she's into that Christian BDSM.
Talking when it doesn't involve oppression.
Or is it just fashion?
And slavery or victimhood. And because of that, I figured that it would be a good opportunity to learn about what I call the insanity cycle. And here's a good look at it right here. So it starts off with calling Gothics a grifter right here.
Ooh, I'm one step into being insane.
You see my success, you see the YouTube plaque, you see me going on all these trips. Ah, she's a grifter. Okay. And then that translates to becoming obsessed
emotionally invested in what I'm doing, and you know you do this with your incognito window.
No, I'll probably forget about this and not watch another one of your videos for a while, if ever again. So I'm not emotionally invested.
And keeping tabs on what I'm doing and lurking in the shadows and asking your friends, hey, what's Gothic's up to?
She's very energetic, though. Very energetic. She has very nice, like, straight teeth and very white teeth. So maybe she had braces at one time.
You're essentially a racist.
You're essentially a racist. You in space, bud. Miles Morales is Miles Morales, bud. Oh, my God. Thank you, Jay Spoon. 73%.
Yeah, I know you. And because of that obsession, it then translates to promoting me.
You know what is weird, though? And it is true, alternative fashion, left-wing started with punk. I will say, though, like, some of the guys from the Sex Pistols, you know, in the late 70s, not too far removed from World War II, not too far, they would wear, like, Nazi T-shirts and shit, but they weren't Nazis. They were just doing it to piss people off, which is really weird. But that was their intention. They were like Sid Vicious and Johnny Rotten. Like Sid Vicious would wear like Nazi shit. But they weren't actually like Nazis, which is really weird because like now if someone did that, I'd be like, oh, you're a Nazi. I don't know. I mean, there were actual Nazi punks too, but you know, Sid Vicious wasn't, as far as I know, actually like a white supremacist. But in the UK, you know, in the 20th century, you know, it was a bad thing because they got bombed by Nazis a lot. There are skinheads that are not racist skinheads. They're like anti-racist skinheads. The original skinheads were not racist. If you look up like the history of skinheads, the original skinheads were like ska fans, and a lot of them were not white.
You tweet about me, you blog about me, you talk about me in your podcast, in your live stream. You can't handle the fact that you're so emotionally invested. Eventually, you just can't deal with it anymore. So then you start promoting me. And then from there, right here, this is where I cash in.
Hey, I promoted you a little bit. I said you have nice teeth and you're very energetic. So, yeah.
On the promo points, you see that? Right there.
But you are a grifter. I started with the first one, but I'm not I didn't meet any of the other ones.
And then from there that translates to new subscribers, new fans, increased viewership.
Damn, you guys are all gonna go subscribe to her now.
After that means I get new interviews, new invites to shows, opportunities, endorsements. And then we go full circle back to calling me a grifter. And this is what I call the insanity cycle, where you get so obsessed and so
I'm going insane
with what another creator is saying and what another creator is doing that you can't stop for a second and see that you're doing this yourself. Thank you.
All right, so I do like that video, though. Insanity cycle. It's the insanity cycle. Insane in the brain. I am insane now. It all started with calling her a grifter. Oh, man. Anything new in the news? It seems that every few hours something crazy happens now. The Colombia thing was kind of big. El Salvador. I'm looking for some new news videos that just kind of like broke in the last hour. Lindsey Graham commenting on Trump. That might be something. Lindsey Graham gets booed even when he's supporting Trump. Like if Lindsey Graham goes to a Trump rally to support Trump, he still gets booed, even in his home state. I saw that and I was like, whoa, this guy got elected in this state? Probably not in the area he was in at that point. Oh shit, yeah, we got all kinds of good shit now. Fucking JD Vance. JD Vance is just... He is just fucking awful. I can't believe... He rose to vice president very quickly. I'm just grabbing a couple videos here. You know what I am saying, bro? Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a bathroom run, and then when I get back, we'll watch some of the newer news that just broke in the last hour or so. So I'll be right back. Let's talk about Schedule 35. How about that? Schedule 35. Schedule35.co. Use our code PEASANTS, PEASANTS at checkout to get yourself some really cool products. They sent me a welcome package the other day. They sent me this cool package in the mail. They sent me a microdosing guide, which is pretty sweet. They've got some cool swag. They sent me some stickers. Right brain, Schedule 35, left brain. So that's fun. Oh my. Okay. Okay. An assortment of mushroom infused chocolates. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. Crunchy mocha chocolate, chocolate hazelnut crunch, raspberry and dark chocolate. Wow. You know, a 5-gram chocolate bar, you'd be ziggity boo to the moon. This is something I've really wanted to try out. The fruit tea. It has an amazing aroma. That is amazing. I have been waiting forever to try this out. Strawberry lemonade. Here's another one. Floral peaches. Here is the mango dragon fruit. 2 grams of psilocybin. This is amazing. And it says there's a little bit of caffeine in it too. And on the back, they have their dosing protocol and all the information you could need to use it to its best effectiveness, depending on your level of tolerance. This is a really cool mug. May your cup runneth over. I like this a lot. Oh, you know what? I saw this. This is a card game that they're like, this is just something fun to do while you're experiencing their products. We got these. These are the same thing, little packs of capsules. And here's the tonic capsules right here. There's chocolate bars and then teas. Lots of teas. And then here's the card game and the mug and everything. You know what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, thank you to Schedule 35 for sending me this and helping me to share this with my audience. And I've been told by many people that it's helped them a lot, even a few people that told them it helped them quit bad habits like drinking and that sort of thing. So thank you. And remember, schedule35.co and code PEASANTS, PEASANTS at checkout. You know what I'm saying, bro? 15% off. It helps the show, it helps you, it helps everybody. Thanks for watching, guys. Whoa, like far out, man. The tea is, I drank it last night and it was really good. And then I just kind of laid around and stared into the void. Like all night last night. Just stared into the void. It was kind of cold. I felt cold. So I was just like wrapped up in a blanket, just like laying there, vegging out. Hours. I don't remember exactly how long, but hours. Okay.
Returning to the subject of immigration, we're joined now by CBS immigration and politics reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez, who is arguably the busiest person in the entire CBS bureau right now.
I was the cold.
Camilo, I want to have you bottom line some things. I understand you have new reporting about some of the plans for migrants being deported.
That's right. We can report that the Trump administration is currently working on striking an asylum agreement with the country of El Salvador to deport migrants from different countries across Latin America to the small country in Central America. This would be a so-called safe third country asylum agreement that would empower U.S. immigration officials, Margaret, to deport non-Salvadorian migrants to El Salvador with instructions to seek asylum there and not in the U.S. Importantly, I am told that one plan under consideration, it would allow the U.S. to deport Venezuelan Tren de Aragua gang members to El Salvador and have that country house them or detain them. And that would obviously be a significant development and breakthrough potentially for the administration because, as you know, Venezuela right now currently does not accept U.S. deportations. And so the administration is moving aggressively and quickly to really oversee a sweeping crackdown on immigration. We have seen the president invoke sweeping constitutional powers to essentially shut down the asylum system at the border. And
yeah, that is crazy. So like all of the entire like asylum system is paused at the moment. Like indefinitely. There's no word on when it's coming back or anything.
He is also enlisting the vast resources of the military to really enhance immigration enforcement, not only deploying more troops, but using military planes to deport migrants. And yes, there have been so far 1,500 troops deployed to the...
So what would we call this? Like, what is this? What is the era that we're living in right now? How would you describe it? There's tariffs on the way. We already have a new tariff on Colombian goods that's at 25% and in a week going to 50%. We do have mass deportations using the U.S. military to facilitate those. Someone said the golden era. Okay. Wasn't that already used? The neo golden era? I don't know. I never thought this kind of stuff would happen, but here we are.
Border, but one internal Customs and Border Protection memo we obtained, Margaret, shows that number could rise to as many as 10,000 active duty troops.
There's so much that you just laid out there.
Post-democratic era?
The Secretary of State...
Well, let's see if we have another election in 4 years. Trump said you won't have to worry about voting again.
Rubio is expected to go to El Salvador in the coming days. So I imagine it's related to the news you just broke here. And TDA.
Could Trump like delay the election? Is there something Trump could do to like delay the next election? That's one thing I've wondered.
is the gang we were just talking about.
Like, they can't make them leave office if they never pick a new president.
With the congressman as well. In terms of how the U.S. military is being used, President Biden left 25.
They have to pick a new president in order for him to have to leave, right?
100 U.S. troops at the border. So what's actually different now that there's an extra 1,500?
Well, the work is not changing. What is changing is the number of troops on the ground. They are still assigned to do logistical and operational work and to assist Customs and Border Protection in an operational capacity by, for example, setting up border barriers to repel migrants from entering the country illegally and providing surveillance. They are not to be used to arrest or otherwise process migrants because, as you know, longstanding federal law prohibits the use of the military for civilian law enforcement, and that would include the enforcement of federal immigration.
Yeah, it's crazy how South Korea's president tries to declare martial law to flex his power, and now he's being prosecuted, and it's crazy how there's so much less accountability here. It's honestly very hard to understand.
Loss.
So it's the optics, essentially, that this is.
It's a show of force by the Trump administration, rather.
And what, in terms of the changes, have occurred in terms of use of military? We were hearing about lots of deportations. Now it seems we're getting reports daily of.
Yeah, like if he can't change the Constitution to allow him to have a third term, he can just postpone the means of having him replaced. I didn't really think about that until just now. Like, if they look at every option they can to keep Trump in the presidency for his entire life, he could just delay the election. That would be insane.
Military planes carrying migrants to Guatemala.
That's right.
An attempt, apparently, to Colombia as well.
That's right. So the administration has already used military planes to deport migrants to the country of Guatemala. And overnight, it attempted to send 2 military aircraft to Colombia, sending about 160 deportees from that country to Bogota, Colombia, the capital. But we are told now that the president of Colombia.
Looks like Trump suggested to delay the election in 2020. Due to COVID, I think. Oh yeah, because it was going to be mail-in. It was the mail-in ballots. He was arguing that the election should be postponed until people were able to vote in person instead of using mail-in ballots. So he's already floated this idea out there before.
Gustavo Petro objected to the use of military planes and blocked those deportations. So this shows that the administration will still face significant diplomatic challenges as it tries to oversee this aggressive immigration plan.
The Biden team was deporting to those countries. They were using civilian aircraft.
ICE charter flights, correct.
So the military planes were the problem there.
And again, it's a show of force by the Trump administration.
All right. Bottom lining it for us. Thank you, Camila. We'll be right back.
The Department of Defense also has a new leader this morning. On Saturday, former Fox News
anchor
is
Hegseth,
an Army combat veteran Pete Hegseth,
the head of the Pentagon,
was sworn in as the Secretary of Defense. Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote to confirm Hegseth. It marked the second time in history a vice president was needed to break a tie for a cabinet-level nominee.
Very rare. I was very surprised.
Now that you've done your first domestic trip, have you given any thought to where you want to go for your first international trip?
Well, it could be Saudi Arabia, it could be
Saudi Arabia. Gotta kiss the rings over there. Trump knows that.
UK. Traditionally, it's been UK. Last time I went to Saudi Arabia because they agreed to buy $450 billion worth of.
Yeah, when Trump did his Muslim travel ban, Saudi Arabia was not included. Even though we know terrorism has came from Saudi Arabia before. It's because Saudi Arabia has all that money. United Arab Emirates also not on the list. Trump thinks a lot of the people in like the Palestinians should just move to Jordan. I saw that today. He wants Jordan to open up to the Palestinians and just move them all there.
United States merchandise, including a lot of military equipment and farm equipment and other equipment. And if that offer were right, I'd do that again.
If you go to the UK, do you think you'll get along with Keir Starmer and the Labour government?
I do. I mean, I've met him already 3 times. He's come over to see me twice. I have a call. He and I have a call over the next 20.
Yeah, like forced relocation usually doesn't go well.
4 hours. No, I get along with him well. I like him a lot. He's liberal, which is a little bit different for me. But I think he's a very good person. I think he's done a very good job thus far. He's very new at the job, but he's represented his country in terms of his philosophy. I may not agree with his philosophy, but I have a very good relationship with him. I've seen him twice. Had dinner with him at Trump Tower, as you probably know.
Yeah, he was talking about the new UK Prime Minister. Before the election, here's what J.D. Vance said could be done to improve the economy. Let's see what this says.
J.D. Vance, thank you so much for talking to us on WGL 8 News.
Yeah.
Really appreciate your time.
Yeah, it's good to be with you. Thank you.
So I want to start with what's affecting our viewers every day, and that's, of course, the economy. Pennsylvania has been hit hardest by inflation.
The tariffs are not going to help the economy, but they're already going to happen, so we'll just have to see, you know, when we're all sleeping in tents soon. We'll see the effect of it.
What's your administration's economic proposal? What are you offering to the American people to make everyday life more affordable again?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think we have to recognize that inflation is particularly bad in Pennsylvania, particularly when it comes to groceries. The price of eggs in Pennsylvania is nearly $4.
The price of eggs is still, I think, damn, like the price of eggs here is like $5, $6, $7, $8, depending on what you're getting. Yeah. When's it going down? I mean, a lot of it right now, from what I've read, is due to the bird flu.
Milk is $4.28 a gallon. And actually, Pennsylvania, for whatever reason, has suffered worse under the grocery price inflation than almost any other state. What you can do is really just unleash America's energy markets, because energy goes into everything, right? If you think about the cost of diesel goes up, and the cost of getting groceries to the grocery store goes up, and that means the price of food goes up for everybody. And so I think if we do a better job of supporting our farmers and lowering the cost of energy, we can lower the price of food for everybody. We can lower the
price of energy.
Price of a lot of other things on top of it. One of the problems with Kamala Harris's policies is she actually cast the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Explosion Act, which really sent prices on everything from food and housing through the roof. So you unleash American energy markets, you stop spending money we don't have, and you're going to make everything more affordable for Pennsylvanians. Yeah.
Okay. Nothing has changed. They've been doing a lot of stuff, but they ran on this, like, we're going to fix inflation, whatever that means. Here's J.D. Vance's first interview. So this is from Face the Nation. This is recent.
Pete Hegseth, it was a tie. Bipartisan opposition, smallest margin since the job was created. You had to break that tie. If the nominee can't unite your party, how's he going to lead 3 million people?
Well, look, I think Pete is a disruptor, and a lot of people don't like that disruption. But Margaret, that disruption is incredibly necessary.
He's a disruptor.
If you think about all of those bipartisan massive votes, we have to ask ourselves, what did they get us? They got us a country where we fought many wars over the last 40 years, but haven't won a war about as long as I've been alive. They've got us a military with a major recruitment crisis.
I mean, a lot of the wars, there was no clear, definable victory because we had gotten ourselves in such an unwinnable situation, and we weren't fighting actual, like, uniformed military. We were fighting against insurgents for most of these wars. So it's hard to define how you win a war under those circumstances. Kind of like Vietnam.
Price crisis that's totally dysfunctional, where we buy airplanes for billions and billions of dollars, terrible cost overruns, the delivery dates are always delayed. So we need a big change. Now, admittedly, there are people who don't like that big change, but it is necessary, and it's explicitly what Donald J. Trump ran on. And I think part of the reason why the American people elected him their 47th president.
So the main objective is changing all of that, that it's going to be Pete Hegseth alone?
I'd say the main problem the main thing that we want Pete Hegseth to do is to fix the problems at the Department of Defense. And unfortunately, there are many. We've gotten.
What is he going to do? Are we cutting military spending?
Way too many wars
I don't think so.
That we don't have a plan for winning. We've gotten into way too many misadventures that we shouldn't have got into in the very first place. And our procurement process, Margaret, is incredibly broken. We're
Those
in
are
an
policy
era.
decisions.
Well, of course, they're policy decisions, but they're also logistical and implementation decisions. If you look at where we are with the rise of artificial intelligence, with the rise of drone technology and drones.
We need AI drones, sentient AI drones that have their own families and emotions.
Warfare. We have to really, top to bottom, change the way that we fund the procurement of weapons, the way that we arm our troops. This is a major period of disruption, and we think Pete Hegseth is the guy to lead the job. Now, there's another element to this, Margaret, too, which is we believe that military morale,
AI rulers,
at least until the election of President Trump, was
no more elections. They're going to create AI Trump. So when the real Trump dies, we'll just have AI Trump be our eternal God King, right? Please like the stream, guys. Like the stream, like the stream. Let's get to 100 likes. We stopped at 69 likes.
Historically low. You had the Army missing
on the
recruitment goals by tens of thousands of soldiers, and already recruitment is starting to pick up because Pete Hegseth is fundamentally a warfighter's leader at the Department of Defense. He is a guy who sees not through the perspective of the generals or the bureaucrats. He looks at things through the perspective of the men and women that we send off to fight in our wars.
Both the Wall Street Journal and the National Review, conservative publications, as you know, have been critical of Tulsi Gabbard. The Review called her an atrocious nominee who deserves to be defeated. They compared her defense of Edward Snowden, the fugitive, to who.
You know, I'd like to see where the public falls on the Snowden issue, because anecdotally, a bunch of people I am around think Snowden should be pardoned.
Stole U.S. secrets to an attorney general who thinks the mob gets a bad rap. Her refusal to accept U.S. intelligence findings that Assad gassed his own people, they said, was like a nominee for OMB director not being able to count. Does any of this give you pause putting her in charge of the
Trump wants it, so must happen.
U.S. intelligence community?
Don't want to make him grumpy.
Yes or no?
No, Margaret, look, these are publications that attacked Donald J. Trump obsessively, but those publications don't determine who the president is, the
and
American people
supported
do.
Him.
And Donald J. Trump is the person who determines who his cabinet is, not these publications that I think, frankly, have lost relevance.
The Senate will
Tulsi
ultimately
Gabbard's-
decide.
Well,
Nobody-
the Senate will provide.
Okay, he's just like Trump, but he's more polite and more well-spoken, which doesn't mean he's like the most well-spoken person ever. That's not an accomplishment. But so he's more polite, but he has maybe in some ways even more extreme views than Trump. He knows he wants to be that guy that Trump is like, this is the guy that's taking over for me. He wants to be that guy. And then to take it even further is my belief.
Advice and consent, as is its constitutional obligation, but I feel confident that Tulsi Gabbard will ultimately get through. Two things that are important to know about Tulsi.
Vance is very young, and if he runs in 4 years and wins, he'll be in the top 5 youngest presidents ever. So he would be around for a long time if he can, you know, like imagine that. In his mid-40s taking the presidency and then getting out by like his early 50s. And then he'll still be around as an ex-president pulling strings in the background.
First of all, she is a career military servant who's had a classification at the highest levels for nearly 2 decades. She has impeccable character, impeccable record of service, and she also is a person who I think is going to bring some trust back to the intelligence services. The bureaucrats at our intelligence services have gotten completely out of control. They've been part of the weaponization of our political system, the weaponization.
Like, I'm older than J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is younger than me, and he could be president in 4 years if Trump gives him the rub, which I find it hard to believe. J.D. Vance has to play it really, he has to be very strategic in the next 4 years, because Pence could have gotten that nod to run. Pence may have even have ran like uncontested by Trump in the last election had he kissed the ring. But Pence wasn't willing to do that.
Of our justice system.
I mean, if Trump kicks the bucket, Pence, we'll get Pence. Well, I mean, if Trump kicked the bucket tomorrow, J.D. Vance would be the youngest president ever. Pretty sure. Teddy Roosevelt was like 41 or 42 when he took office.
We need to have good intelligence services who keep us safe, but part of that is restoring trust in those services.
There was an assassination.
The right person to do it. That's
she
why the
doesn't trust
president.
those intelligence services.
She recognizes that the bureaucrats have gotten out of control, and we need somebody there who's going to rein them in and return those services to their core mission of identifying information that's going to keep us safe.
You campaigned on lowering prices for consumers. We've seen all of these executive orders. Which one lowers prices?
We have done a lot, and there have been a number of executive orders that have caused already jobs to start coming back into our country, which is a core part of lowering prices. More capital investment, more job creation in our economy is one of the things that's going to drive down prices for all consumers, but also raise wages so that people can afford to buy the things that they need. If you look at our slate of executive orders, no.
Yeah, because like when he picked J.D. Vance, I'm like, oh man, this might lose him the election. And I was wrong. They do like J.D. Vance so far. The racist wing of the MAGA cult doesn't like that he like married a woman that's not white and has like non-white kids, but I don't know. I don't think that could sink him.
Margaret, prices are going to come down, but it's going to take a little bit of time, right? The president has been president for all of 5 days. I think that in those 5 days, he's accomplished more than Joe Biden did in 4 years. It's been an incredible breakneck pace of activity. We're going to work with Congress. We're, of course, going to have more executive orders, and we're going to try the way that you lower prices is that you encourage more capital investment into our country. And you asked specifically, what executive order is going to help lower prices? All of the stuff that we've done on energy, to explore more energy reserves, to develop more energy resources in the United States of America. One of the main drivers of increased prices under the Biden administration is that we had a massive increase in the energy prices. Donald Trump has already taken multiple executive actions that are going to lower energy prices, and I do believe that means consumers are going to see lower prices at the pump and at the grocery store, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Rome wasn't built in a day, and while we've done a whole lot, we can't undo all of the damage of Joe Biden's presidency in 4 days.
Well, there are a lot of things that contributed to higher energy prices, and there was record oil and gas production.
Yes, Joe Biden did many terrible things to.
Oh yeah. They have to make the blame for anything wrong or any shortcomings they have on Biden. They have to stick it to Biden.
Lead to an increase in prices. I agree, Margaret.
No, but all the things you experience at the grocery store are what people touch and feel. That's what you were talking about, bacon on the campaign trail.
Of course. of course.
I wait until the bacon is reduced. You know, like they take like a $10 pack of bacon and they reduce it to like $3.36, some weird price like that. Like it says reduce and it has like its own special reduced barcode. I always wait for the bacon to get down to get to that level, and I'll buy up a bunch of it. You can get like 3 packs of it for like what one of them would usually cost. It's pretty sweet. And then you just freeze it. Bacon's cured, it stays fine. Yes, oil. Yes, I'm pretty sure we made record oil production during the Biden administration. Pretty sure that was a thing.
Of course.
Those things,
like domestic oil production.
Do consumers actually get to touch and feel a difference in their lives?
Well, Margaret, how does bacon get to the grocery store? It comes on trucks that are fueled by diesel fuel. If the diesel's way too expensive, the bacon's going to become more expensive. How do we grow the bacon? Our farmers need...
How do we grow it? We plant bacon seeds.
Energy to produce it. So if we lower energy prices, we are going to see lower prices for consumers, and that is what we're trying to fight for.
Well, the flurry of executive orders, most of them weren't about the economy. Many of them
were, though.
No, a lot of them were about basically like isolationism and xenophobia and, renaming places because they're not like anglicized, I guess you could say. Pointless shit like that. And pardoning violent criminals as long as they're doing it because Trump wants them to. They're very special. I love you. Remember when he told them? You're very special. You got to go home, but you're very special and I love you. That's what he said. In Europe, they don't really have 18-wheelers. At least when I was in Europe, I didn't notice any 18-wheelers. The trucks were smaller there. So they didn't carry as much cargo, but they also use less fuel. I do know the fuel. We have some of the lowest fuel prices in the world here. I go to Canada and see the fuel prices there. They charge by the liter, but it's still way more expensive if you do the conversion.
We had, I think we've taken
promise
over
of tariffs by February 1st.
We've taken over 200 executive actions, some executive orders, other executive actions. Again, this is in less than a week, and a lot of them were focused on the economy, bringing investment into our country and lowering energy prices. We've also focused on safety, restoring public safety, ending weaponization of the Department of Justice. We've done a lot. And I think the president is to be commended for actually coming in and doing something with this incredible mandate the American people gave him. He's not sitting in the Oval Office doing nothing. He's doing the American people's business. And I think they're going to see a lot of good effects from it.
Well, a lot of these announcements have yet to take effect.
Sure.
The president did say he wants to do something with an executive order in relation to federal emergency response. He said he may reform or eliminate FEMA. Instead of sending emergency responders, he may start to send a percentage of money to states to take care of themselves. But, FEMA has specialized expertise that some of these states just don't have
Margaret,
in their arsenal. And
I wish
how
that they...
will states who are lower income states, the Mississippis, the Kentuckys, the Alabamas, be able to do this for themselves without federal help?
Well, the president, to be clear, is not saying we're going to leave anybody behind. He's saying that in the way that we administer these resources, some of which is coming from the federal level, some of which is coming from the state level, we've got to get the bureaucrats out of the way and get the aid to the people who need it most.
But these
Let's
are the
be
first
honest,
responders.
Margaret, you talk about the expertise from FEMA. FEMA in North Carolina, in California, in Florida.
I really wish that, and maybe Tim Walz just wasn't capable of it. I wish Tim Walz would have made J.D. Vance look like a buffoon more. He only did it a little bit. Mainly, they just kind of got along and were like, "Oh, you're nice," which is we don't want our politicians at each other's throats, but Trump does that anyway. But it wasn't enough to make J.D. Vance look completely incompetent as a vice president. Not that I think that would have changed the election results, though.
Some of the hurricanes has often been a disaster. And it's not because we don't have good...
Plant an oil tree and just milk the sap oil from the tree.
FEMA, it's because bureaucratic red tape and garbage prevents the rapid deployment of resources to the people who need it most.
But the states are now going to have to do this themselves?
The president is trying to encourage us to reform the way that we deliver emergency response in a way that gets resources to the people who need it.
So don't take him literally.
No,
We hear this a lot. Don't take what he says literally, but then he does literally he tries to do what he literally says. What else is there? I mean, like, so don't take him literally is one of the main things. He's just joking, but then he tries to do it. He's the president.
We should take the president at his word that FEMA needs desperate reform, because it does. Margaret, when I went to North Carolina as VP-elect, but before we were sworn in, people would talk about how FEMA would get resources, food, medicine, water to a warehouse, but then would have no plan to get it from the warehouse to the people in the mountains who were literally starving and thirsting to death. We can do so much better, and under Donald Trump's leadership, we will.
But they work with the state and local officials.
They often don't work well enough. And again, that's not
going to be
because
on the state
of
and local officials?
No, the FEMA management officials don't work well enough with state and local officials to get resources to the people who need it. We should expect, and this is, I think, one of the fundamental premises of President Trump's leadership, the American people should expect more of their government. When there's a terrible disaster, they should expect food, medicine, and water to get to the people who need it. When there's a terrible fire in
Trump will selectively help people who he likes more. And you can't really do that as president. You can do that in the business world, I guess. But you shouldn't be doing that when you're the president.
California, the fire hydrants ought to actually turn on. I am sick of the American people having...
Okay, the unlimited water. Let's hear... I want her to ask J.D. Vance what Trump is talking about when he's talking about unlimited water. That is just like a valve that California can turn on, and this water from the Pacific Northwest will get to L.A. somehow. I want to hear this.
Such low expectations for their government. They should demand more of us, because this is the greatest country in the world, and that's what Donald Trump's
greatest country in the
leadership
world
promises to bring back.
So still count on the federal government, but watch that space. Let me ask you about another area that you campaigned on quite a lot, and there was a flurry of activity on, and that has to do with immigration.
Sure.
The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops this week condemned some of the executive orders signed by President Trump, specifically those allowing immigration and customs enforcement to enter churches and to enter schools. Do you personally support the idea of conducting a raid or enforcement action in a church service, at a school?
Well, let me address this.
He won't say no.
If you have a person who is convicted of a violent crime, whether they're an illegal immigrant or a non-illegal immigrant, you have to go and get that person to protect the public safety. That's not unique to immigration. But let me just address this particular issue, Margaret, because as a practicing Catholic,
I guess they use a lot of California water for almond farming. Like in California's dry climate, it takes a ton of water to produce almonds. Which is weird, because almonds are not among my favorite nuts. I like walnuts and pecans a lot. Hazelnuts, those are good. I don't know. Almonds are okay, but they don't have as good of a texture as some of the others.
It's actually heartbroken by that statement.
And macadamias are very expensive, but very good.
And I think that the U.S. Conference of Catholic...
I do not smell them currently, no.
...bishops needs to...
Pistachios are great, too.
...actually look in the mirror a little bit and recognize that when they receive over $100 million to help resettle illegal immigrants, are they worried about humanitarian concerns, or are they actually worried about their bottom line? We are going to enforce immigration law. We're going to protect the American people.
Yeah.
Donald Trump promised to do that. And I believe the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, if they're worried about the humanitarian costs of immigration enforcement, let them talk about the children who have been sex trafficked because of the wide open border of Joe Biden.
You personally
let them
support
talk about
them going
people
into...
like
Cashews come from like this weird thing that they call a cashew apple that I think is so weird. That's the cashew apple that the cashew nut comes from. It's an evergreen tree. It comes from an evergreen tree. It's very strange. Yeah, it's an accessory fruit. The cashew apple.
Blake and Riley, who were brutally murdered. I support us doing law enforcement against violent criminals, whether they're illegal immigrants or anybody else, in a way that keeps us safe.
So yes, you are for. Why don't you just say yes? I think it's okay if ICE raids a school or a church if there's violent criminals there. Why can't he just say that? To trick the idiots to like who need to hear him say that specifically, so he can deny it, a decade from now.
Let me ask this question, Margaret. Let's separate the immigration issue. If you had a violent murderer in a school, of course I want law enforcement to go and get that person out.
Of course.
So what's the point of the question?
You changed the regulation this week. That's the point of the question.
Exactly.
Giving the authority to go into churches and go into schools.
We empowered law enforcement to enforce the law everywhere to protect Americans.
A chilling effect, arguably, to people to not send their kids to school.
I desperately hope it has a chilling effect on illegal immigrants coming into our country.
You think the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops are actively hiding criminals?
I think the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops has frankly not been a good partner in common sense immigration enforcement that the American people voted for. And I hope, again, as a devout Catholic, that they should
be investigating, the other stuff involved with the church instead of the immigration side of it.
There are 5 legal challenges already to one of the other immigration actions, the order on birthright citizenship. A federal judge appointed by Ronald Reagan, I think you'd agree, has some conservative credentials, paused the order to end birthright citizenship, calling it blatantly unconstitutional. How do you reconcile this challenge to the 14th Amendment to the Constitution?
So I obviously disagree with that judge, and these things, some of them will be litigated. That's the nature of our constitutional system. But here's the basic idea of President Trump's view on this. If you are a lawful permanent resident or a legal immigrant who plans to stay, your children, of course, should become American citizens. But let's say you're the child of an ambassador. You don't become...
But that's not part of it.
Well, that is an important principle.
Diplomats.
But we're saying that carve-out should apply to anybody who doesn't plan to stay here. If you come here on vacation and you have a baby in an American hospital, that baby doesn't become an American citizen. If you're an illegal alien and you come here temporarily, hopefully, your child does not become an American citizen by virtue of just having been born on American soil. There's a very basic principle in American immigration law that if you want to become an American citizen and you've done it the right way, and the American people in their collective wisdom have welcomed you into our national community, then you become a citizen. But temporary residents, people who come in here, whether legally or illegally, and don't plan to stay, their children shouldn't become American citizens. I don't know any country that does that or why we would be different.
Well, this is a country founded by immigrants.
Well, this is a country founded by... This is a very unique country, and it was founded by some immigrants and some settlers, but just because we were founded by immigrants doesn't mean that 240 years later that we have to have the dumbest immigration policy in the world. No country says that temporary visitors, their children, will be given complete access to the benefits and blessings of American citizenship. America should actually look out for the interests of our citizens first, and that means, again, if you're here permanently and lawfully, your kid becomes an American citizen. If you're not here permanently, if you're not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and don't plan to be, why would we make those people's children American citizens permanently?
I want to ask you about refugee admissions, which were just suspended by the president. That has nothing to do with the U.S.
I can't believe I'm hearing so many arguments against birthright citizenship. Another thing, I just didn't imagine that someone like in mainstream politics, let alone the president, would be so against birthright citizenship. This has never been in the conversation that I can remember when it comes to this high level of federal government office. It was usually something that, something that very, very far right groups would be against.
U.S. border. Refugee screening takes 18 to 24 months to go through. They are heavily vetted. Left literally at the airport this week were thousands of Afghans, some of whom had worked with the United States government and were promised to come here. When you talk to us August, you said, I don't think we should abandon anybody who's been properly vetted and helped us. Do you stand by that?
Well, Margaret, I don't agree that all these immigrants or all these refugees have been properly vetted. In fact, we know that there are cases of people who allegedly were properly vetted and then were literally planning terrorist attacks on our country. That happened during the campaign, if you may remember. So clearly not all of these foreign nationals
but there are
have been properly
30,000
vetted.
people in the pipeline, Afghan refugees.
But my primary
Do you stand by
concern
it?
as the vice president, Margaret, is to look after the American people. And now that we know that we have vetting problems with a lot of these refugee programs, we absolutely cannot unleash thousands of unvetted people into our country.
These people
it's
are
not
vetted.
good.
These people are vetted.
Just like the guy who planned a terrorist attack in Oklahoma a few months ago, he was allegedly properly vetted, and many people in the media and the Democratic Party said that he was properly vetted. Clearly he wasn't. I don't want my children to share a neighborhood with people who are not properly vetted, and because I don't want it for my kids, I'm not going to force any other American citizens' kids to do that either.
No, and that was a very particular case. It wasn't clear if he was radicalized when he got here or while he was living here.
I don't really care, Margaret. I don't want that person in my country, and I think most Americans agree with me.
2 weeks ago, you were on Fox News, and you said, if you protested peacefully on January 6th and had Merrick Garland's Department of Justice treat you like a gang member, you should be pardoned. If you committed violence on that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned. Did you counsel the president against these blanket pardons for 1,500 people?
Well, Margaret, I noticed
including those who committed violence.
Margaret, I noticed that you cut off the thing that I said immediately after that. The full quote is that, of course, there are gray areas. And here's the nature of the gray area. Merrick Garland's Department of Justice denied constitutional protections in the prosecutions. There were double standards in how sentences were applied to the J6 protesters versus other groups. What the president said consistently.
All the vetting in the world isn't going to stop some people from doing horrendous stuff. I mean, they should be vetted, but I mean, people are always going to slip through the cracks. Do we see some sort of indication that are we seeing any type of indication that immigrants are just inherently more criminal? And the answer is no. We already know this. So why do they staple the criminal element to immigrants at large? They're not rounding up just violent criminal immigrants right now. And we know why. We know why they do it.
Consistently on the campaign
Case
is
by
that he was
case
going to
basis.
look at a case-by-case basis.
They don't even care if they're working. They just deported a bunch of people at a New York seafood market.
This is blanket.
And that's exactly what we did. We looked at 1,600 cases, and the thing that came out of it, Margaret, is that there was a massive denial of due process of liberty, and a lot of people were denied their constitutional rights. The president believes that. I believe that, and I think he made the right decision.
Daniel Rodriguez used an electroshock weapon against a policeman who was dragged out of the defensive line by plunging it into the officer's neck. He was imprisoned, sentenced to 12 years, 7 months. He got a pardon. Ronald Maccabee hit a cop while wearing reinforced brass knuckle gloves, and he held one down on the ground as other rioters assailed the officer for over 20 seconds, causing a concussion. If you stand with law enforcement, how can you call these
hit
people
'em with
unjustly
this.
imprisoned?
Margaret, you're separating. There's an important issue here.
You're separating it. These people supported Trump. And the other people I don't like that attack cops, they don't support Trump.
There's what the people actually did on January the 6th, and we're not saying that everybody did everything perfectly. And then what
Perfectly.
did Merrick Garland-
She's not. No one is saying that they did it perfectly or even mildly imperfectly. They're saying like there were police officers attacked. There was like battery on police officers. There was like an angry mob gang beating police officers. So how can you say you support them?
Department of Justice do in unjustly prosecuting well over 1,000 Americans in a way that was politically
Is
motivated.
violence like that against a police officer ever justified?
Violence against a police officer is not justified, but that doesn't mean that you should have Merrick Garland's weaponized Department of Justice expose you to incredibly unfair process, to denial of constitutional
How
rights.
is it unfair? They were tried the same way anyone would be tried. They broke into the Capitol, dude. And there's all this evidence that people got convicted under, that there were groups like the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys that helped plan this to ensure that this became a riot, and to ensure that people entered the building and tried to stop the certification.
And frankly, to a double standard that was not.
But now I think they might just try to stop the election, because you can't have a certification without an election. Because he was trying to stop the certification because you need to do the certification before it's official, you know. So now let's just stop it multiple steps ahead. Let's find a reason to delay the election. Does the federal government fund and administrate the election, right? But each state handles it. Huh. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like how they would try to do this. Like at what point can they delay it? Because they're already trying to get him a third term anyway. What if his second term just keeps going? What if we redefine how long a term is?
Not applied to many.
I mean, I know that's probably in the amendment that limits terms, but you know, I don't know. I just know they want Trump to be lifetime president.
People, including, of course, the Black Lives Matter rioters who killed over 24 people and never had the weight of a weaponized Department of Justice come against them. The pardon power is not just for people who are angels or people who are perfect. And of course, we love our law enforcement and want people to be peaceful with everybody, but especially with our good cops. That's a separate issue from what Merrick Garland's Department of Justice did. We rectified a wrong, and I stand by it.
I'm being told we're out of time, but I want to quickly ask you, the richest men in the world were at that Capitol on Inauguration Day. Heads of Amazon, Google, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook. In August, you told us Google and Facebook are too big. We ought to take the Teddy Roosevelt approach. Break them up. Don't let them control what people are allowed to say. They've now donated to the Trump inauguration. Are you still going to break up big tech?
So, you know who else was at the inauguration was my mom, and a lot of people who just supported the president and fought every single day to get his election. And
they gave $1 million
possible
each to the inauguration.
Well, there were a lot of people who didn't give $1 million to the inauguration.
They got pretty good seating.
Who were on that stage, Margaret. They didn't have as good a seating as my mom and a lot of other people who were there to support us. But look, we believe fundamentally that big tech does have.
It used to be like big tech is the enemy. Big tech is suppressing us. Now it's like, oh man, we love big tech. I saw a thing that Bill Gates said he met up with Trump and had like a 3-hour dinner with him, even though he gave $50 million to Kamala's campaign. Bill Gates says as the head of his like foundation, he has to have the best rapport he possibly can with, you know, with the whoever's running the government.
Too much power, and there are two ways they can go about this. They can either respect Americans' constitutional rights, they can stop engaging in censorship, and if they don't, you can be absolutely sure that Donald Trump's leadership is not going to look too kindly on them.
So they're still on notice.
They're very much on notice.
Damn. So I'm so afraid of President Vance. He could just be an 8-year continuation of Trump. The stage is set. If he plays his cards right with Trump's supporters, that could definitely happen. Please like the stream. Give the stream a like, please. Trying to reach the goal. We're less than $250 away. We need $242.65 to meet the goal. It's not impossible. It's only around 1:20 p.m. my time. I think if I can meet the goal, my goal will be for today to get myself either Dick's Burgers or maybe like Shake Shack. That's my that's my objective for today. If we can meet the goal, that's what I will do in my spare time before I go to sleep. So I am going Tim Hortons. We don't have Tim Hortons here. There's no Tim Hortons. I'd have to go to Canada to get Tim Hortons. That's the closest Tim Hortons from where I live. There are Tim Hortons in other parts of the U.S., but we do not have them here that I'm aware of. Let me double check. But I think it's in let me see. Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons. Near me. Where is it? Closest Tim Hortons. No, there's no nearby location. There's no nearby U.S. locations. If I went to Vancouver, I could probably find some there. We had Tim Hortons in Northwest Ohio when I was growing up, and at the time, like when I was like in my early 20s working at Wendy's, Wendy's also owned all the U.S. Tim Hortons at the time, but I don't think they do anymore. I think Burger King might have gotten them. I'm not entirely sure. I am going to step away for just a moment here, and I'll be right back. back again. Thanks for sticking around. I'm back. Someone in the chat, Angry Stoner Guy, says, "Where the hell is the show at? It's been this song for past 5 hours?" No, it was what, like 4 minutes? I play it. Yeah, it's almost 4 minutes. 5 hours. What the hell? Yeah, like 4 minutes is a good amount of time for me to run, go to the bathroom, and grab food really quick. Had to do it. I gotta do it when I'm streaming for like 3+ hours. Gotta go pee at least once. Sometimes 5 times, depending on what I'm drinking. That's what I gotta do. It was definitely not. It's 3 minutes and it's 3 minutes and 58 seconds long. Rather than just have like a blank screen while I'm gone, it's at least something. And I already ate all the food that I grabbed too. What do I have to play if I have to take a dump? I have no idea. Usually, I don't know. Good question. I don't normally have to. I usually get that out of the way before I stream. But I have had, like, you know, every now and then we have emergencies. Every now and then it knocks at the door and there's no way to ignore it. Love Quest 10-hour loop. Hell yeah. Yeah, you know, sometimes I use the AI songs. I wish I had cool videos for it. For this, like, Rev Wipe Shanny's Ass song. I have a great idea for, like, how the video would look. I just don't have the time to sit down and edit it. Like, there's points where Rev looks all sad and skinny and emaciated, like he's dying. That would be perfect for, because there's plenty of videos like that. There is a list of royalty-free music that YouTube has. They have like a royalty-free music catalog. Some of them you have to give credit to the composer. And some of it you can just use and whatever. Shit. We have... Here's the Bill Gates interview that he did recently. One of these days, I'll see Bill Gates at the Burger Shack. He likes to go to the local burger shacks around the area, and he lives around here. He's probably like a 10 to 15 minute drive away from me. He stims.
People, but that's also...
By the way, please help me out with the goal. Please help me. Please. Please. We're at 73.04%. And we need 242.65. Young Bill Gates. God, it's crazy that he looked like that.
And made Gates among the richest and most influential leaders of our time. I caught up...
Kid, I might have to do a computer, hire a computer repair person. I noticed all of them have the word geek in their name. Well, not all of them, but most of them. Not just Geek Squad. There's all like geeks. There's all the term geek is everywhere. Like in the last year, AI was added to so much shit. It's crazy how You know, like 4 years ago, I was using that DALL-E Mini. I think that's what it was called, the DALL-E Mini image AI generator, the free one. And now there's just so much shit out there. It's crazy how they have AI sum up, like comment, like on Facebook, an AI will tell you what people in the comment section is saying of like a big comment thread, or there's, you know, they do that for the chats on YouTube. It's in the ring. They're all doing it. All the big tech billionaires are doing it. Bill Gates didn't go to the inauguration, though. He wasn't there that I saw.
So the four of us sat there and...
They both love hamburgers. That's something. But Bill Gates likes a good hamburger and Trump likes McDonald's. That's the difference. Like Bill... And I'm not talking like the hamburgers get... Like, I'm sure Bill Gates has had this, but Bill Gates likes just like, you know, the smaller places, you know, the higher quality like fast food hamburger. I saw a thing where someone was interviewing him and they asked him what his favorite food was, and he said hamburger. God, what a waste of money. All that money that Kamala got, it just, like, when I think about it, it breaks my heart. It's $1 billion, over $1 billion. That could have been done. That could have done some good in the world, but it went towards a political campaign, a losing political campaign. I feel like, you know, we should take money out of politics, get rid of the lobbying and all the cash incentives that members of the federal government currently get, like elected officials, senators, congress people, president, vice president, that kind of shit. And I almost feel like a presidential campaign, it's almost like that advertising, it shouldn't be a race to see who can get more money. It should almost be like subsidized by the government. And everyone gets like equal funding. And how they use it is up to them. If they want to buy TV time or they want to pay for travel time. And that way you don't have to be rich to run for president, right? I don't get this, like, whoever can get more money from, you know, the super rich. Yeah. And then, and that takes the, like, pandering to people just because they can donate to your campaign. And a lot of these, a lot of people when they're running live off of campaign money. Like they pay for a lot of shit because it's like a campaign cost. Also, another thing, if you are a member of the federal government and you get a vote that can influence the stock market, or you're privy to certain information because you're on a committee or whatever that will affect the stock market and investments in general, you shouldn't be able to trade at that point. You should be banned from trading until you're... if you're watching on Twitch right now, and you got a Prime membership, feel free to toss me your Amazon Prime membership. That would be really sweet. If we could do that, that would be amazing. Yeah, my plan is I'm going to be doing these multi-streams with a lot of these non-official DP episodes. And then I think I'm just going to leave the VODs up over on the Altered Perspective channels and private the one on this channel, on the main DP channel. I'm going to start just like leaving the VODs to these over there. But streaming live. You're watching listening. You're watching listening. Yeah, I think putting the VODs, yeah. Ben TV Radio. Ben TV Radio. You're watching, listening to it. So, all right. So I can keep this stream going. If you would like to see that, I would appreciate it if you guys could help me get to like 75% in the next, like, I don't know, like 10 minutes or so. If you can help me get to 75%, I'll keep going for at least another hour. Just let me know. Use the link pinned in the top of the chat. Use Streamlabs. You can use PayPal or whatever else you use. It's pinned in the top of the chat for every oh shit, you know what? It got unpinned on Twitch. Not that there's like a ton of people watching on Twitch or anything. But let me No, that's not fucking it. What the fuck? All right. Bam. There it is. Pin. Unable to pin? Oh, God. Huh, it won't let me pin it. That's lame. I was pinning it earlier. Whatever. I did not see Hulk Hogan talk about Chris Benoit on Logan Paul. That'd be something cool to watch, though. All right. So that's only $11.65 to get us to 75% if you want to keep this stream rolling. Just use the link pinned at the top of the chat. $11.65.
The Beverly Hills Wildfire.
The Beverly Hills Wildfire. His videos used to be really long and he would repeat himself, and now his videos are very short and he just says one thing and then ends it. Let's see. Weird.
It's a live look right here. As you can see, hundreds of displaced Palestinians are now coming back to the war-torn area. And the very latest is that President Trump saying that he would like to see Jordan, Egypt, and other Arab nations increase the number of Palestinian
Thanks for coming over to Twitch and sharing some love. Thank you so much.
refugees they are accepting from the Gaza Strip, potentially moving out enough of the population to, quote, just clean out the war-torn area to create a virtual clean slate. Now, during a 20-minute question and answer session with reporters aboard Air Force One, President Trump also said that he has ended his predecessor's holding on sending 2,000 pound bombs to Israel, which lifts a pressure point meant to reduce civilian casualties during Israel's war with Hamas in Gaza, which is now halted by a very fragile ceasefire. And you're taking a live look from Wadi Gaza, where displaced Palestinians are gathering.
It looks crazy.
They are waiting for the Israeli military to
They're just like, it's so crowded.
allow their return.
Yes! Jay Spoon coming through with the 12. King Jay Spoon, associate producer. All hail Jay Spoon.
To their homes.
Is that Egan?
The northern half of this area. Yesterday, Israel said that it would not allow displaced Palestinians to begin returning to northern Gaza as expected by today because a civilian hostage who was supposed to be released by Hamas had not been freed yesterday. Mediators right now still trying to resolve that dispute. Yesterday, 4 female Israeli soldiers who were taken.
I don't have oxy itches now. I haven't taken oxys in a very long time.
In the attack that started the war in Gaza, returned to Israel after Hamas militants paraded them before a
But I did like it. I guess some people were like, why did you like that? I was like, I don't know. I just loved it. For some reason.
Out of thousands in Gaza City and handed them over to the Red Cross. Israel later released 200 Palestinian prisoners in the second exchange of a very fragile ceasefire. And you're taking a live look there of northern Gaza. The 4 Israeli female soldiers, they gave the thumbs up from a stage in Palestine Square with armed masked militants on either side. The hostages did likely act under duress. That is according to reports right there. Israel's prison service said it released 200 Palestinians, including 121 people serving life sentences after being convicted of deadly attacks against Israelis, while others were held without charge yesterday.
Wow. But yeah, I didn't quit taking oxys by choice. I moved to like a new place and had to get a new doctor, and my new doctor was like, yeah, no, I'm not giving you any oxys. So then I had to face the choice. Was I going to just give up and like go cold turkey on the oxys, or was I going to like go buy them from somebody illegally? And I just didn't feel like dealing with all the bullshit that comes with that, because I've been getting them legally for years through a doctor. And I just didn't feel like dealing with buying oxys illegally and shit. So I just dealt with it and felt like shit for a while and then came out of it. Where? Oh, law enforcement in Cincinnati. Oh, God.
Surrounded. Someone reached underneath my visor, tried to gouge out my eye.
And now former D.C. Capitol Police Officer Michael Fanone, who was at the front entrance of the Capitol, but ended up on the ground as many forced their way inside.
And then some guys started getting a hold of my gun, and they were screaming out, kill him with his own gun.
There are 2 of more than 140 officers assaulted during the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol, including those who assaulted officers. Police here, but how it could
impact on policing, recruiting, retention, things like that.
The National FOP was also critical of the recent commutations by President Joe Biden. Now, Kober specifically pointed out the commuted death sentence of Daryl Lawrence, who is now serving life in prison. A federal jury convicted him for killing Columbus police officer Brian Hurst, who was working at the Fifth Third Bank in 2005.
Yeah, the pardon stuff is just so crazy. The majority of the country reacted very differently to January 6th than I thought they would. I can't believe people think it's acceptable just because it supported their side. I don't know. I'm looking in the content section. God, yesterday we got that windmill being destroyed by a storm video. That was pretty great. Trump supporters only they only support law enforcement when it's like their guy, you know, when they're on their team. They're the party of law and order. Let's check out. Is there anything new? Yeah, a lot of this stuff is old. I'm just combing through the news stuff here. I got some stuff here. Oh, God. So the news just broke a few hours ago that, and I mean, we pretty much knew this, that that COVID very, very likely came from a lab. The CIA is reporting that. Lots of immigration stuff in the news. I always avoid. I like watching Fox because it's hilariously untrue. But then I'm always against. I don't like to watch MSNBC. Is that weird? To me, MSNBC is just like... MSNBC is just too much for me. Fox News is like hilariously bad.
Says that 30 days before a president fires an inspector general, which of course is an internal watchdog for
the more
government
I talk
agency.
to people, the more I realize we're
Yes!
sick as a country.
Yes, you're right. You're right. It's crazy. The more I like tell myself what's happening, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? I tried not to catastrophize, you know?
He must tell Congress, tell you why. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
He broke the law.
Yeah, I think, he should have done that. But the question is it okay for him to put people in place that he thinks can carry out his agenda? Yeah. He won the election. What do you expect him to do? Just leave everybody in place?
Lindsey Graham, I love how he defends Trump, but Trump's base, a lot of them just hate him, even in his own state.
Before he got elected, this makes perfect sense to me. Get new people. He feels like the government hasn't worked very well for the American people. These watchdog folks did a pretty lousy job. He wants some new eyes on Washington, and that makes sense to me.
Even and especially it's one thing for a sort of run-of-the-mill political nominee. That happens, Democrat, Republican, that is the prerogative of the president. And it is on the Inspector General also. But the Inspector General, as I said, this is supposed to be the person who keeps watch on things.
Well, who is the keep watch on what? He wants to put people in place, including inspector generals, that can implement his agenda. Juan Pete Hexbeth. A lot of people believe on my side and the public in general, in the last 4 years, the military was too weak and too.
Was the military too weak? Does anyone complain that our military is too weak? Is our military weak? Is it? So the military's not strong enough?
Woke, and Pete's going to fix that. That's why he picked Pete. He thought the military was too weak, too woke, and Pete's going to fix it. That's why he chose Pete. So that's just the way it goes when you win an election.
Okay, I want to move on to the pardons.
Yeah.
President Trump pardoned or commuted hundreds of people convicted of assaulting police in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. Put a lot of lives in danger, including yours. I want you to just look at one example, because I think this is important.
People always goof on Lindsey Graham saying that he's gay. He is kind of feminine, but I don't know. Is he married? Let's see. Lindsey Graham has never been married and has no children. He might be in the closet. He might be in the closet.
Michael Fanone, he is what?
Because he has money. There's some Dennis Kucinich had a hot wife, and he's a little hobbit. So when you have a position of power and authority, you can easily find a relationship with somebody very easily. All the money and shit, he's got money. So he might be closeted.
Was a DC police officer. He was off that day, but he came in because he knew the officers needed help to protect the U.S. Capitol, to protect you and your colleagues. He was tased. He was beaten to the point he had a heart attack. He was threatened with being shot with his own gun. He had to scream back at them, "I have kids." Now, the man who tased him, who was convicted of doing that, Daniel Rodriguez, he was sentenced in 2023 to 12 years in prison.
12 years is
On Monday, he was among those who got a full pardon. Are you okay with that?
No, I've always said that I think when you pardon people who attack police officers, you're sending the wrong signal to the public at large, and that's not what you want to do to protect cops. But he has that power. Biden pardoned a guy that shot 2 FBI agents in South Dakota. The FBI was all upset about that. He pardoned half his family when he said he wouldn't. President Trump at least said, "I'm going to do this." I don't like this. I don't like it on either side, and I think the public doesn't like it either. So if this continues, if this is the norm, there may be an effort to rein in the pardon power of the president as an institution.
Have you talked to the president about this?
No,
Did you tell him that
we've
you're
had this-
opposed to what
J.D. Vance is really against people who don't have children. Remember that? He was like all the people who don't have kids, I don't trust their judgment because they don't know what it's like to have kids. So Lindsey Graham's going against that shit.
We've had this debate. You know, I'm all in for him. I want him to win. I think pardoning people who beat up cops, pardoning people who killed 2 FBI agents like Biden did, trying to raise bail for rioters in Minneapolis like Kamala Harris did, all send the wrong signal. And so that's where I'm at. But he did it. Biden did it. And I think most Americans don't like it.
Okay. I mean, I get what you're saying about the FBI agents, and he did that on his last day.
Oh, Frog Tony is the moist back Sturgis was talking about. So why does he call other people racist and then he says we're like coded slurs? There's a term in the Pacific Northwest called mossback. It's like a term for, I guess, people who like hike in the forests out here because it's all mossy and shit. That it sounds like a slur, but it's not. All right. Yeah, Homeless Larry and Sturgis. They're a cute couple. I remember when Sturgis was like, I grew up in the projects, bud. And his friend was like, really? And he's like, oh, well, I grew up near the projects, bud.
But this is different. This is
about the family of the FBI
agents.
agents.
This is just. Well, I want to ask you about just the ramifications in your own words, because you have said that having a pardon of somebody who took the law into their own hands will make violence more likely. Yeah. So I do want to look forward on this question, which is if somebody was pardoned and believes, pardon me?
You own it.
You own it, and they believe that they can do what they want if they do it in the president's name. Isn't that encouraging dangerous lawlessness?
You know, when Kamala Harris wanted to go on...
let's stay on.
I love the deflection.
No, let's talk about the problem. The problem is she tried to raise money, called them freedom fighters who burned down Minneapolis. They tried to burn down the Portland courthouse.
Senator, I'm asking you about this thing that you're...
I know you just want to talk...
No cities were burned down. There's Seattle allegedly was burned down too. It's not. Portland, not. There were big protests that got out of hand, but there was not like this widespread destruction.
About Trump.
Well,
but I see it as a bigger I mean, yes, I've said clearly, I do not like it when President Trump pardoned people who beat up cops. But I didn't like it when Biden pardoned all of his family going out the door. I didn't like it when Kamala Harris tried to raise bail money for people who beat up cops and shot them in the head. I don't like any of this.
Okay. What you said, he's going to own it.
All of them are going to own it.
Because there are people who testified, law enforcement who testified in these trials, prosecutors who are worried for their safety.
Well, the public was told by Trump what he would do, and he did it. So you can't say he lied to anybody. Biden said he wouldn't have
Oh my God!
His family.
Okay,
whether you like Trump or not, he said this is what I'm going to do.
He says he wants to invite some of these pardoned individuals to the White House. Do you think he should do that?
I'll leave that up to him.
Okay. Sturgis. Homeless Larry looks like a used up Q-tip. He is really fucking stupid. Him and Sturgis are a cute couple because they're both like really fucking stupid.
And joining me now is Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of
Lindsey Graham's doing the apology tour for Trump.
South Carolina.
Lindsey, get out there and defend me.
Senator Graham, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for being here in person.
Thank
It's
you.
great to see you. I do want to start with Pete Hegseth. He was just confirmed to be Defense Secretary by the narrowest margin in history. Senator McConnell voted no, and he said he wasn't convinced that Mr. Hegseth was ready to manage 3 million people and a budget of nearly $1 trillion. You, of course, voted yes, but Senator, do you share any of Senator McConnell's reservations about Pete Hegseth?
You know, what I do, I vote for almost everybody. I voted for Lloyd Austin, and I get a lot of crap on our side when I do that. But I think Pete will be taking the department in a new direction. He'll be more focused on war fighting. I think the Lloyd Austin's a nice man, but it was a tough 4 years.
War fighting.
I'll just leave it up to Senator. Really good job at the hearing, and that's what got me to yes.
All right. I don't know. I'm done with Lindsey Graham. At this point in time, I have completed my Lindsey Graham quota. I need to step away again for just a moment here. I will be right back, and then we'll do some more stuff. I'll see you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Stopped the merge. The merge did not occur this time. I got. Oh.
We begin tonight with an investigation.
There's always shootings in Seattle now. It's crazy. I'm glad I've never been around when one happened.
Underway in Pioneer Square. Seattle police say someone shot and killed.
Pioneer Square. It's a really cool neighborhood. It's like one of the oldest neighborhoods. But if you're there late at night, shit goes haywire very commonly down there.
A 40-year-old man overnight, his death marking the first homicide in the city this year.
I know exactly where that is. I know exactly where that is.
Seattle police say someone shot and killed a 40-year-old man overnight, his death marking the
No, the shooting that I saw wasn't in Seattle, it was in Portland. Yeah, this is where the fire station is. It's like right there.
first homicide in the city this year. Thanks for joining Fox 13 News at 5. I'm Frankie Thompson. Fox 13's Shira Matsuzawa has a look at what we know about this deadly shooting so far.
As they search for whoever's behind this, police say a 23-year-old was also shot in the leg and is currently in the hospital.
In 2023, we had 74 homicides. Last year, we had 58. This is our first one of this year.
25 days into
There was way more homicides in 2023.
2025 and Seattle. Now
we almost made it a whole month without any murders.
Seeing its first homicide of the year.
On behalf of the Seattle Police Department, I want to express my deepest sympathy and condolences for the families of these victims.
Around 1:30 Saturday morning, Seattle.
Yeah, 1:30. That's when you don't want to be down there. which sucks because there's like music venues and bars and shit down there. It's just, it gets sketch. Like during the day, it's kind of sketch, but there's a lot of people walking around, and usually this kind of shit won't happen.
Police say a shooting broke out on 2nd Avenue South in Pioneer Square.
Officers arrived and found a 40-year-old male in a vehicle that was suffering from gunshot wounds.
Deputy Chief Yvonne Underwood says someone shot the man while he was in a car. He died at the scene. A 23-year-old was also shot in the leg and taken
to just be like sitting in a car and your car gets shot. There's like crazy random shootings on the freeway. Like people have been like driving on the freeway and like a bullet just randomly comes into their car. It's craziness out there.
Hospital.
Right now, we don't have any suspect information, and we're asking the public if they have any additional information to bring that forward.
This is the aftermath. A car taped off, shell casings scattered.
We have located at least 45 rounds of shell casings from multiple firearms with multiple calibers.
Police say it's unknown what caused the shooting and
sometimes the shooting just happens.
Relationship between the victims. They're also investigating if this shooting was drug or gang related.
Yeah, let's see.
And looking for surveillance video in the area. And with this being the first homicide in Seattle this year, Deputy Chief Underwood wants the community to know public safety is their priority.
Gun violence in the area is certainly a concern to the citizens, and we're doing everything that we can to combat that right now. We have officers that are on patrol in that area continually, and it is generally a safe area for people to go.
If anyone...
I mean, I've been down there many times. I have never personally seen craziness happen, but it happens down there. That shit definitely happens.
Knows anything about this, police want to hear from you. In Seattle, Shira Matsuzawa, Fox 13 News.
There's been a few occasions where I was down there late, but usually I like to go down into downtown Seattle like in the late morning, early afternoon, and then leave by the time it starts getting dark. And that's different, obviously, depending on the time of year. I just like it better that way. But I did see a murder in Portland when I was there. Like two guys started getting into a physical fight, and then one pulled out a gun and shot and killed the other one. It was crazy.
Thomas, how are you feeling right now?
Right now, I'm feeling relieved. Home. Freedom is great.
Freedom is great.
Recently released from
I'm glad I got to leave. I'm home. Freedom, good. That's what he just said.
prison.
I was, yes.
What was that like?
There was ups and downs the whole time. I spent the last 16 months in federal prison in Ohio, and some days were easy, some days were much more difficult, but through the support and help of everybody and praying daily, I
pray to God
through.
And you have a wife, so you were in prison managing your marriage and
yes,
life.
Mm-hmm.
What was that like?
That was difficult, but she's been there since day one, and I owe everything to her. It wasn't easy, and now I'm ready to move forward with our life and get started on all the things we have planned.
What was it like being incarcerated? Were you were with other people?
Oh, it was great. I
in your
loved
situation
it.
as well, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
As far as what it was like, it was every day was a different adventure. There was good people and bad people, as there are everywhere.
Okay.
And you,
of course,
were always on guard, but at the same time, you formulated friendships or relationships with those that you felt safe around, that you had something in common with, and just stuck together as a group.
And you were in and out. I mean, this has been a whole journey for you since really 2021.
Correct. Yes, March of 21 is when I was first arrested, and I spent about 8 months in the DC jail, which was horrible conditions. Then I was finally released on bond, spent just under 2 years on home confinement here in Amherst, New York, and then September 12th of 2023 turned myself into the federal prison in Ohio.
What was that like?
Well, it was a big relief knowing that the last chapter of this was coming to a close, but the unknown of what prison would be like and what to expect were weighing heavily, not to mention family and friends that were saddened to see me go. I knew it would be difficult on them, difficult on my wife to manage through this calamity, but here I am, free, thanks to President Trump, and I'm ready to move forward.
Where were you when you found out you were pardoned, and what was going through your mind?
He was in prison, right?
Sitting in the unit in Alpha Bravo at the prison in Lisbon, Ohio, watching the inauguration, and Donald Trump was in the Oval Office, and he was signing orders, and one of the orders he signed was the pardoning of all January 6th defendants. And it seemed surreal at that point. I didn't actually think it was happening because although he had said it, there was a lot of controversy of who would be pardoned, who wouldn't, what crimes. But I had faith in Donald Trump that he would do the right thing and release all of us. So once he signed that, it took approximately 3 to 4 hours for them to come to the unit and tell us to pack our belongings. We had 15 minutes to get out. And when I questioned the CO, he said, now you have 10 minutes, get your and get out of here. So the other January 6th defendant and I in that unit packed up, gave the rest of our belongings away, and took off. Yeah. And then we met the other 6 January 6th defendants at R&D who were housed in other units on that compound.
And when did you get back to Buffalo?
I got back to Buffalo late Tuesday night. There was a bad snowstorm Monday, so I wasn't able to be picked up. The federal prison paid for us to be in a hotel Monday. Again, there was 8 of us. So we stayed the night in a hotel, and my father picked myself up and another January 6th defendant.
My father picked myself up.
Him off at the Youngstown.
I know what he
Airport
means, but
the ride home.
And now here you are in Buffalo.
Here I am. Yeah, it's a little bit colder than Lisbon, but I'll take it with my freedom.
You're now sharing your side of things, your story. Why now?
Now is the only time I feel as though I can be 100% truthful and honest with what happened. There was a lot of polarizing talk in those first few months and first few years. Now that President Trump is elected, I think we all have a voice that nobody can hold against us. I was fearful in the beginning to speak openly and honestly for retaliation from the Justice Department and or my judge, that had I said something they didn't like, it would have come back to be detrimental.
So what you're saying is you feel more free now to share your side of things?
Absolutely.
Versus days ago?
Correct. Yes, while I was incarcerated, not that I kept to myself, but I wasn't yet prepared to share the extent of what I had gone through and my thoughts and feelings on not only that day, but the prosecution of all the January 6th defendants, which was, to me, a grave injustice.
How so?
We received unfair trials in D.C. There was, in fact, no way to get a fair trial in D.C.
I keep hearing them say that, but it's like you committed the crime in D.C. Like you're being tried where you committed the crime. Why? What's the problem with that? I don't understand.
The outrage from the residents in D.C. was very high.
Yeah. Why do you think?
So to say anything against what I call warpath was, to see all of us brought
What
to
I call
justice
a
to
warpath,
the fullest extent of the
because it's
law.
like a path that they do a war
The things that happened that day aren't exactly how the media made it seem to be, and how there was a lot of rhetoric that doesn't portray what actually happened if you were there.
There's video. It's not just rhetoric. There's video of it. There's video from like people who film themselves doing illegal shit.
That's where it's great that we can now tell our story of what it was like, as opposed to people who heard it secondhand or third hand through others.
What was it like in your eyes?
It was a crazy day. It was the wildest experience of my life, but it was more peaceful than what was portrayed. There was a lot of escalation on the side of the Capitol Police.
What?
They were
completely overwhelmed,
protest, and in fact were being very aggressive, hitting women, children, elderly, throwing flashbangs in the crowd, spraying us with OC spray.
Why
using
were
their
children
batons
there?
to hit people that were just peacefully protesting there at the Capitol that day, which led to an explosion of aggression.
So you don't think it was a violent attack?
It wasn't necessarily a violent attack on the Capitol. It turned
Yeah, when you use
into
like a battering ram to like ram a window.
more than it should have ever been. And
you guys are just exaggerating, okay?
There were certainly individuals that got out of control, but for the most part, it was a peaceful protest that took a turn for the worst.
Even though 5 people died, dozens of police officers were assaulted, you still don't view it as a violent attack, an insurrection on the Capitol?
No, not at all. It wasn't an insurrection by any means.
By any means. By
words
no
used
means
over
was
the
this an
years to
insurrection. Come
paint us in
on.
a negative light.
Come on.
And people did die, innocent people. The only person that was killed that day was Ashley Babbitt.
That day.
God bless her soul. She was an innocent, unarmed.
She wasn't innocent.
Person of the crowd that was shot at point blank
She was
range
breaking through a
inside the
window.
Capitol. There were few other people that died, I believe, of medical complications that day. But the only person that was killed that day was Ashley Babbitt.
But yeah, there were 5 people. And someone died of a drug overdose. Obviously, you said someone died of natural causes.
Right. Correct.
But that was a day after being assaulted by rioters.
The medical examiner said that there was no correlation between
God, these people are so
that
mentally
officer's
ill. It's
death
like
and the
there's
stroke.
this weird mindset that a lot of people have where it's like even in the face of like undeniable fact, they create a new reality to where they never have to cede any ground. They were never wrong. Someone else did something. It was someone else's fault. That's what he's doing.
That he suffered and the events of the day prior.
So, when pardons were being discussed, some said that the non-violent rioters should be pardoned. You're considered a violent rioter. Why do you believe you should be pardoned?
I believe we should all receive second chances. I believe that
your second chance would have been when you got out of jail.
There was a lot of discrepancies. There was a lot of inconsistencies with not only that election, but also with our trials and tribulations throughout the DC courts. We weren't given a fair chance by any means. And our nation is one to give second chances and allow people to not only be remorseful, but to show their goodwill after maybe their actions haven't been 100%.
Let's talk about Officer Fanone. There is body-worn camera footage that shows you reaching toward
Give
the
them all a
officer
second
and
chance.
forcibly removing his badge and his police radio. What was the intention of taking those?
The intention that day when I saw Officer Fanone being attacked was for me to assist in some way. And in that split second, I thought I might be able to grab him by the vest where his badge was and kind of pull him away from the rioters that had him in a bear hug or that were assaulting him. That didn't work, so I immediately reached in and grabbed the antenna to the radio and attempted to call for help.
But this man said he was tasered, attacked, punched. He said he was fearing for his life afterwards. He was crying out during that and said that he has kids.
Correct.
You believe you were helping him?
I believe I had my best intentions at heart when I
Listen to
took on
this.
the actions that I did. In no way, shape, or form did I punch, kick, tase, or put my hands on him in any fashion that would make him fear for his life. Now, if other individuals were doing that, that's where I drew the line and did my best to do what I thought I could to help.
But if you were around those individuals who were doing that, why not stop them?
I would think it was easier to pull one man away from 6 than it is to try to turn myself on 6 individuals and maybe receive the same treatment that he received.
But help me understand, since you pled guilty to assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers, so why should we believe you that you were helping him?
I don't need anybody to believe me. That's between
I don't
myself
need you
and
to believe me, bro.
What I want anyone to understand is that I have my story, he has his story, and the body cam video from that day has its own story.
But that body cam video shows you aggressively reaching for that radio and badge.
Correct. And
him crying out.
As
that he has
Confucius said, a
kids.
picture is worth 1,000 words.
Oh my
So a
God.
video
Confucius
must be worth
say-
1,000,000. And it's all the perception of the one watching that video. But if you weren't there that day and you don't know what was going through my head in that moment, nobody can tell me what my intent was.
What drove you to the Capitol?
What drove me to the Capitol? It's a good question. I went to the same high school as Donald Trump, called the New York Military Academy, and I felt as though it would be the last time to see the president speak. I knew that there were irregularities and improprieties throughout the election that year. I didn't necessarily think the election was stolen because in my mind, in order to steal something, somebody else has to have it. And I just really wanted to hear Donald Trump speak for the last time. And that's really why I went there. And from there, things just got out of control. I allowed the mob mentality to take over and
yes, the mob mentality
against my better judgment. And things happen that I at times wish I could take back. Do I wish I wasn't there that day? Not necessarily.
Ha! Wow, no remorse.
From it. I've learned a lot about myself being incarcerated.
I actually
Learned a
wanted
lot.
that, bro. I actually wanted I actually wanted to go to prison, bro.
About
You actually did me a favor.
who I can count on, how valuable family is, and how valuable our freedom is.
Do you apologize to Officer Fanone?
Do I apologize to Officer Fanone? It's a difficult question.
Wow, he can't. Yes, see? He can't apologize. He can't admit any fault. He doesn't even regret being there. He doesn't regret any of the circumstances. He's a cult member. He's a Trump cult member.
I think Officer Fanone had his own intentions that day, but after the fact,
What do you mean by that?
he had his own intentions to try to assist and help the other officers and to secure the Capitol, which was his duty or his calling when he heard the radio call out for help at the Capitol that day. But after the fact, I certainly believe that he used it as a means to an end for his benefit, to try to gain status, to try to...
So you thought he was gaining status by protecting the Capitol?
Not by protecting the Capitol, after the fact, when he went on all these interviews, when he started becoming a contributor to CNN.
Oh no, he's a member of the Illuminati.
He was part of the J6 committee, and we're at those meetings.
Well, of course he's going to be part of the committee. He was there, and he gets to testify because he was a law enforcement officer that was assaulted.
At the Capitol.
But if someone's receiving, if someone, as you say, has status from this, he's still receiving threats. His family's receiving threats. So one would assume no one puts themselves in the limelight like that and continue to receive threats just to do that.
Is he the only officer that's been in that predicament?
Can you answer that?
I can't answer that, but from what I've heard, yes. So he's an isolated individual who, from what I think, lied. If you watch the full body video from that day.
Do you think he lied?
Yeah, I think he lied about his injuries. I think
He had a brain injury.
That's what was claimed. If you watch the full body cam video, which was never actually released, that I got to view in my discovery, he walked through the tunnels of the Capitol outside on his own. He was laughing and joking with his buddies.
After the fact, because I have the memorandum from the government, and it says after the fact that he was down, his officers were trying to help him, and there were some points there where he wasn't able to speak. He was unconscious. I mean, he was fearing for his life. He cried out for his kids. He said, I have kids, I have kids.
Look, what happened to Officer Fanone is unfortunate. I can't doubt that. I actually said that when I wrote my letter to the Honorable Amy Berman Jackson prior to my release. What happened to him was unconscionable.
No, you just said he lied and shit.
However, I wholeheartedly do not feel as though I played a role in his attack.
Even though you pled guilty?
I did plead guilty, and there were reasons why I pled guilty, as I've expressed. There was never a chance to receive a fair trial in D.C.
So you pled guilty because you think that you wouldn't have gotten a fair trial?
I know I wouldn't have gotten a fair trial. In fact, if we review the cases leading up to my guilty plea, you notice that everybody that was taking their case to trial was being found guilty on all charges. And the government had told me that if I went to trial and I was found guilty of all charges, my crime would not only be a crime of violence, but I would be looking at a sentencing guideline between 17 and 22 years. So with that in the back of my mind, I thought, what's the best and quickest way to resolve this? Let's take our sentence, show remorse for my actions.
You don't... What? Hold on. What? You don't have any remorse.
And be done with this chapter of my life.
Do you feel that remorse?
I feel the remorse as far as me playing a part in the destruction that happened that day. But I didn't go there with any intentions. I didn't go there with any intentions to be destructive, to assault, impede, interfere with any law enforcement. I support law enforcement. And, you know, Officer Fanone, if you do hear this, I'm sorry if you think that I had anything to do with your attack. But just know,
I'm sorry you feel that
something
way.
to help, and in that instant, I did what I thought was the right thing to do.
I know you mentioned that you were just kind of there to see Trump. You did have a Instagram video up, and you said, wild experience of my life. I just got tear gas, but we're going, baby, we're going. We're pushing forward now.
Yes.
What did you mean in that video?
Just that we were getting closer to the Capitol. I feel as though the Capitol is the people's house. Anybody should be able to walk in it anytime they want to.
No, not anytime. That's ridiculous. You shouldn't be able to just walk into it any time. There's some times where, like, almost the entire federal government is in there all at once. You can't just have anyone walk in whenever they want.
It's paid for by taxpayer dollars.
There's all kinds of shit that's paid for by taxpayer dollars. Like, you can't just, like, go into a fighter jet at an walk into an Air Force base and, like, go hop into a fighter jet and be like, taxpayer dollars paid for this, man. There's all sorts of places that taxpayer dollars pay for that you can't go to. All kinds of fucking places.
And you can go in.
I mean, you can, but we're only letting people in on certain areas of that building. The west front or the west terrace of that building is where much of the violence and aggression happened. However, there is video showing on the other sides of the building people being escorted into the building and walked right in. So it depends on what.
But in your case, you were in that stairwell and people were pushing through that police presence there.
Correct. In the moment, you just, you know, you weren't thinking about it. You were just kind of consumed with what was going on around you. And again,
you just didn't think. I just wasn't thinking about it.
Deliberate decision to go to Washington, D.C. that day to break into the Capitol or to take part in any of the ruckus that occurred.
And how did it escalate?
It escalated when I walked to the Capitol. I started hearing yelling and shouting, and I started seeing people being assaulted and police brutality from those that were standing on the other side of those bike racks, which would include the Capitol police officers.
And in any of those instances where you saw that happening, not once did you want to stop it or to intervene?
At that time and at that moment, it's hard to process all that. It happened so quickly, and there's such a rush of energy and I wouldn't say excitement, but of feelings going through your body that it's almost like a fight or flight response. And I was consumed with what was going on, and I partook in the events of that day. I can always hold that on my mind.
It's been 4 years.
4 years, yeah, you're right.
You've done, I'm sure, a lot of thinking about this.
Not enough.
I have. A lot of thinking.
What have you been processing?
More recently, just the freedom and how Donald Trump is a man of his word.
Man.
And how it's great to know.
They worshipped him before and he came through. Now they are like all in.
That we were released from prison, and Donald Trump said that he would vow to pardon all of us upon his reelection. And that's really all that I've been processing the last few days. I mean, I've only been out of prison for 72 hours. So that's still right in the front of my mind. Like, wow, this is real. It actually happened.
I wonder what his original
What about
sentence
those days,
was.
weeks, months following January 6th? Do you think about a lot of that event?
Yeah, I thought a lot about that event. There were a lot of emotions going through my mind. There were people's houses being kicked in, the doors being kicked in, a massive manhunt throughout the United States for individuals.
That's what's going on right now, just for other reasons.
took part in that day. It was a little scary, but I tried to manage as best as I could until the FBI came knocking on my door at work.
I know when you spoke to law enforcement, your story changed a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
What was happening there?
I don't know what exactly was happening there. I wasn't in the right frame of mind.
Oh, okay.
And it's not that my story really changed. I just continued to add more to my story. So,
my story doesn't really change. It's just like I change stuff a little bit.
They had asked me
It's not that my story changed. I just added stuff to it. That's not changing it.
question, and I had answered it. Then a few moments later, added more to it.
That's changing it.
But I'd never been in that predicament.
When
so
you
I
have a
didn't know
story
what
and
to
you add
expect.
stuff to it, that's
I didn't
changing
have legal
it.
representation with me. It may have been best for me to just say nothing. But again, I didn't look at myself as somebody who assaulted a police officer. And since day one, when they came to visit me at my former employer, that's the story that I went with. Like, I saw this occurring and I did what I thought would have been the right thing in that moment. So I had good intentions, but the outcome wasn't great or positive.
So you'll probably always believe that you did not assault Officer Fanone.
No, not at all. I never assaulted Officer Fanone.
Despite him
I thought he was about to say, no, not at all. I won't always believe that. I'll change my mind someday.
suffering injuries, being right there in the middle of that body camera showing all of that happening.
That is correct.
You'll always believe that you did not assault him.
That is correct. And there's actually 3 actions in that statute, 18 U.S.C. 111A. It says anybody who assaults, impedes, or interferes with a law enforcement officer. So, merely impeding or interfering can lead to being convicted of that charge. Doesn't necessarily mean you physically in any way assaulted an individual. As you can see from that body cam video, I didn't hit him, I didn't punch him, I didn't kick him, I didn't tase him, I didn't strike him with any objects.
But you grabbed his radio and his badge.
That is
and
correct.
The radio's a lifeline there.
The radio's a lifeline, and we can get more into his lifeline. If it was such a lifeline, why didn't he use it? If you watch that video,
Oh my God.
video cam,
He could say, like, I did it, I meant to do it. Like, he can't get in trouble for it again. Double jeopardy laws. He's already been complete, like, it's gone. But he's gonna keep doing this.
that body worn camera, it was about
Well, he was getting
minute.
tased and beaten.
So, to further my point, it was about 1 minute and 20 seconds from when he was coming out of the tunnel with the other individual till I made contact with him. So in that approximate 90 seconds, why didn't he use his lifeline? And that's where, in my mind, I thought, okay, I need to do something. Maybe I could call for help. But even that wouldn't have done anything.
Well, you obviously ended up getting the badge.
Correct.
Talk to me about that.
The badge was something that came off while I tried to grab him. I didn't know where exactly, and I just saw an opportunity that I might be able to grab him from the vest, and I grabbed onto it, and you could see me fall back in the body-worn camera, and the badge came off, and split second later, I reached in to grab the radio.
And then that badge took the trip back to Buffalo.
As did the radio, yes.
And
he stole the badge and the radio.
That badge was buried.
The badge wasn't.
The badge was buried. He tried to bury it. Look at him. Look at this dumb smirk on his face. I didn't know anything because there's so many of these instances, you know? Yeah.
It's kind of funny. Yeah, they say it was buried, January in Buffalo, I got home, I didn't know what was going on.
It's kind of funny, someone told me it was buried. I'm like, how did that happen?
Didn't want the badge, I didn't want the radio. But
why'd you take it?
I thought that...
And why did you bring it with you?
I didn't know who to turn it into.
What an idiot! I didn't know you just leave it.
I saw what was going on that day, and I would hate to have been... accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have 3 felonies. I didn't want to be accosted or arrested in D.C., knowing that I have property in a hotel, that I have a flight that I have to get back to my hometown. So I thought it best that I just go return it once I get here. Could walk into the FBI building downtown Buffalo and say, hey, look, this is what happened. Here are these items. There was a lot of anxiety running through my mind in those days following the event.
Wow.
And when I got home, I just recall starting to go down.
I just forgot about it, and then I like put some dirt over it, and just like it's
towards the FBI building on Delaware Avenue, making a right, throwing the badge and the radio into a dumpster behind a hotel on North Street. I removed the badge at that point, thinking, okay,
So he didn't take it back to the FBI building. He threw it in a dumpster downtown.
This is a badge. This is, it'd be like if somebody found my university diplomas. I would want them to return that. That man worked hard for that badge. That was his career. So I thought it would be in my best interest.
Yeah, you stole it from him. I just respect it so much because he worked hard for that badge. It's like, well, why did you steal it from him and then take it back to Buffalo? That doesn't make any sense.
To return this to him, however I could do that, but I didn't want it in my possession. So when I came home that day,
you put it in
snow
your
on the ground,
possession.
I parked my car and I kind of threw it into the snowbank in front of my car and stepped on it, pushed it into the ground.
Why do that?
I didn't want it in my possession. It wasn't mine. It wasn't mine to keep. It wasn't a souvenir. It wasn't like something.
Why'd you have it?
I wanted. I just wanted to get rid of it, and I wasn't thinking correctly of what exactly to do. So I wanted it out of my possession, and I thought it would be best to just leave it outside. And the government talked many times about how it was a souvenir, but if it was such a souvenir, you would think that
You took it home with you.
Posed even that day with it. When I posed with the riot shield, I would have held it up, or after the fact, I would have taken pictures with it or sent it to people and, or framed it and put it on my mantle. But that's not the case. So again, here's the story that they're going with. But when you want to take an objective view, yeah, somebody that wanted something as a souvenir would have taken good care of it and boasted about having it. Yet nobody knew that I had it until I spoke with the FBI agents that day.
If I actually wanted it, I would have just told everybody.
DC and following the reports of this insurrection, what were the impacts on your family, your friends? What was that like for you in those days after?
Well, not many people knew I had went to this event. There was a very small group of individuals that I shared this with, although I did post these videos on Instagram. So
well, there you go.
Claims to be a friend would have been able to see that I was there. As far as
then you did tell a bunch of people.
Fallout, they just kind of asked me if everything was going to be all right. Had I taken part in anything that days? I was pushed.
Shut up. God, I hate this guy. I can't listen to him anymore.
What they've read.
I hate him. You know what I'm saying, bro? All right. So I think I'm going to wrap this stream up, and I'll probably be back later tonight or maybe tomorrow morning. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it do. I might come back later tonight. Gotta crush the goal, everybody. But yeah, I'm gonna wrap up this one. All right. I'll see you guys next time. And just remember, the VOD for this video is going to be available on the TAP channel. All right. All right. Goodbye.
In the beginning, there was nothing, and then there was the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants, Drunken Peasants. From the strangest corners of the internet, gonna get TP'd by Billy and Ben. You know where you can find them at. Get ready, cause they're gonna kick your... Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants. Drunken Peasants.